Але сьогодні будемо
We
говорити
continue talking about culture media, but today we'll be talking about creative industries and how Corona crisis had, what impact Corona crisis had on it.
красива, стильна, сучасна, приваблива, прогресивна. Вона немов непрочитана книга, таємнича, багата своїми секретами, туристичними магнітами, талановитими людьми моди і мистецтва, музики і кіно. Українці мають унікальний культурний код. І він дивує світ. Всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30».
Greetings to everyone at our National Forum Ukraine 30. We greet all those who are present here, those who watch us on the platform Ukraine30.com, in social media, and who join us in discussions. The topics are very important, and these are creative industries, the development of this sector, coming out of Corona crisis, and we will be talking about combating disinformation. And now I would like to invite the Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, the Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Mikhailo Fedorov.
Всім доброго дня.
Good afternoon to everyone. Greetings. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for this opportunity to be here. I would like to tell you a little bit about what the Ministry of Digital Transformation is doing, how we'll be helping the creative industry, how we will help to promote development, because part of this industry is developing, part of it we hope will start developing after we overcome the coronavirus. We have to create the powerful state in a few years, and it should be very comfortable from point of view of digital services. We would like to make all the services online and digital. We have 4 goals which will help us to create the most comfortable country in the world. First of all, to have all services online, to cover the territory of our country by internet. We would like to have 95% of the territory covered so that every citizen can have an access to internet. And our third goal is to teach 6 million people basic internet literacy. That is the number of people who don't have basic skills. And our fourth goal, and that's why we are meeting here. We are meeting here to discuss how to increase the share of creative industry in GDP up to 10%. Now it's 4.2, 4.4%. To basically double the share of this industry, we examined the best practices of the world, and we drafted the draft law. That will be a very big project, which is DSCT. We will be helping creative industries to speed up. Why the Ministry of Digitalization and Creative Industries? Because IT sector, which is fundamental for digital transformation, is part of creative industry. DS City is a special legal and economic mode. It could also be looked at as a special tax regime which will help develop creative industry. If we look at how creative industry is working today, I will give you examples from IT industry, because that's what the industry understands. I understand how it's developing, and I know how to do it so that the indicators of development increase several times. We see the relations inside the industry. We see the conditions that the industry has found, having adapted the third group of private entrepreneurs and other tax instruments, and that allows the industry to develop when other sectors are either slowing down or are not developing. We see the development of 20-30% every year, the growth of 20-30% every year, And we, as the team that is building digital state, we understand that we need to help develop, and we developed this ideal system, DS City, which includes all the best tax legal practices, and we implemented in the law, and we would like to create some type of a virtual country. What we are talking about, the main thing we are talking about, it's about tax system. We know that most companies work with the system of private entrepreneurs. Most work use this system, and private entrepreneurs pay 5% of their income. Instead of increasing the taxes, we believe that we need to legalize the ideal system. Instead of, you remember, in the history of our country, there were times when special territorial zones were created. We believe when we create a digital state, then we need to create virtual business country where you can get registered easily and become the resident of this country. You see here 5% is the tax on personal income tax, 1.5% is military fee, 9% is the tax on exported capital. And we suggest to introduce this tax. This is a part of the presidential program. I believe that DS City is an ideal chance to test this tax and also to show how the industry could develop. It could develop even faster. And if this system is legalized, and then we will tell everyone, let us hire you officially, and there will be a special format, which is not Soviet-type format, where you can quickly sign a contract with the employee, and you can tell your employees that you can officially work. We will pay you official salary, but the tax system will allow us not to hide you behind some other systems, but it will allow us to pay you white salary so that you pay taxes. And then this will mean transformation of behavior of people. This will be a different feeling when you understand that the state is not increasing taxes, but is reducing taxes. When they allow to work officially, then a person or a company will pay all the taxes, and the person will perceive everything happening in the country differently. The person will understand what's being launched, what's being constructed. It's all done for all these official taxes. And I believe that the task of every country in the modern world is to create maximum convenient country, easy to live in country. And this pilot project, which could become a breakthrough idea, will help us create our country better and will help us speed up the development of business. If we look at what businesses are included into the DS City, first of all, these are developers, outsourcing companies, food product companies, startups. We believe that startups created in Ukraine, there are many of them, and they move to other countries, but they should stay in Ukraine. For that, this ideal model of tax and legal system should operate. These are R&D centers. That's supply of services related to virtual activities, cyber sports, everything that creates a digital economy. And in a few years, we will receive so many companies, so many businesses. We will have such a strong economic impact that most of the sectors of economy will be helping the civil society to change the system which we have in our country. Then I am talking about the elements of British law. There are some of the things I need to mention. We know there was a problem a few years ago when the law enforcement officers could get into the office of IT company and just stop the work of the company and confiscate computers and all the equipment. The companies could get restored, they could buy more equipment. That affected the work of the company. For this to avoid this situation so that it doesn't happen anymore, we implement the legislative elements into our legislation, which will become a barrier for any law enforcement body to just come and stop the operations in the company. For that, we need to get sanctions of the higher level. Talking about KPIs, we see that the average number of people working in IT sector is 20,000. It is difficult to calculate exactly because the market is not ideal. Many companies work with private entrepreneurs, but it's approximately 220,000. Thanks to the implementation of the city program, the number of people working in the IT industry could be increased to 450,000, and an important role will be played by IT education. DS City will be open for online educational companies, for universities, IT universities. It's important that the industry which is related to IT education gets a favorable environment to develop, to create new market, and more jobs, because today it's a bottleneck. The number of people that we have is this bottleneck, and we see that the rates of the development of the market needs more people, and the DS City is an ideal opportunity for this market of education, informal education, develops, and so that it happens in our country, in Ukraine. And we see that the incomes of the IT sector is approximately 6 billion. And our KPI for this project is we want to increase this to $16 billion, and that will impact the quality of life of people working in the IT industry and their families. We believe that DS City is one of the best legal systems, and we creating convenient state. We want the businesses, people, private entrepreneurs, we want them to get electronic signature and open company in Ukraine. We want Ukraine not just to become an IT outsourcing hub in the world, but also food products hub. Today, it's difficult to think about some ideas which are not related to IT technologies. If we take any sector, medicine, education, culture, any breakthrough is related to the development of technologies. Any startup that we have in our country is a technological startup, and for every startup, this will be very easy to use DS City. I will not just quote all these figures. We have a special website, DS City. You can look at the tables which compare Ukraine with other countries. You will see that that's the best system that compared to the countries where there are startups. If I finalize my presentation, I would like to say that we are building the best state from the point of view of the public services, also from the point of view of interaction between different state bodies. We are not just getting digitalized what we've inherited from the times of the Soviet Union. We ask a question: do we need this service? How can we make it digital? And an important direction is not just the launch of services or launch of the infrastructure, but our important mission is to develop the market which will help to digitalize our state. That is why I believe that DS City will be a cool venue for you to implement your projects. So follow us, participate in all the discussions, because we create the system not for us. We create it for you. And we want you to help us move forward such important projects for our country. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Vice Prime Minister, the Minister of Digital Transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov, thank you for the presentation. In a few minutes here, we will start the first panel discussion, and this will be about creative industry as the sector of business, of economy, which suffered probably most from coronavirus. What could be the ways out of the situation? What is the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy doing? That is what we'll learn from our next discussion in a few minutes.
Гривень державної підтримки. Під час першого локдауну навесні 2020 року втрати тільки кінотеатрів сягнули 80 мільйонів гривень. Концертні агенції зазнали близько 300 мільйонів збитків за кожен місяць карантину. Від 10 до майже 30% знизилася зарплата в працівників сфери сфери обслуговування та розваг. В уряді планують і надалі всіляко підтримувати українську креативну сферу. Адже за прогнозами, криза, спричинена пандемією COVID-19, може тривати ще 2 роки.
Крок. Ще один. Ти біжиш. Набираєш швидкість. З чого починаються зміни? З мрії. З мети. І з руху до неї. Ти навчився тримати удари долі, але не змирився з ними. І тепер, коли ти знаєш, що рішення проблем так близько, то просто не можеш зупинитися. Адже ми не можемо повернути минуле країни, але ми здатні змінити її майбутнє. І інструмент для цього саме тут. Всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30».
Новий закон про медіа посилює покарання за перешкоджання роботі журналістів, штрафи від 17 до 34 тисяч гривень або обмеження волі від 6 місяців до 4 років. Незаконне заволодіння журналістськими матеріалами, технікою або заборона висвітлювати певні теми обійдеться від 17 тисяч, а посадовця оштрафують на 51 тисячу. За погрози вбивством журналістові ув'язнення від 7 до 14 років. Торік із 249 справ за перешкоджання роботі журналістів розслідувано і передано до суду лише 16, за даними Інституту масової інформації. Це всеукраїнський форум Україна 30 і
This
далі
is a Ukrainian forum, Ukraine 30, and we are discussing the creative industries, the status, problems, and the perspectives. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Sergei Nikleva. He is an owner of the company Tseva, and he is going to moderate this discussion. Good morning. And the topic of our discussion is business status, perspectives, and needs. And I would like to start from introducing the participants of this panel discussion. Mr. Alexander Tkachenko, the Minister for Culture and Information Policies of Ukraine. Maxim Shulzhenko, the partner of the Stereo Plaza concert venue, Mr. Felix, the co-founder of Concert UA, and actually Irina Garava, co-founder and CEO of the group of companies Mozgi Group, Ukrainian producer, and she has been awarded many times with lots of awards. And in 2020, Irina was included into top 33 women of Ukraine who actually demonstrated enormous achievements in the business area, according to the Forbes version. We have one more. We have one more person here. Super. And please welcome Andrei Khudo, the co-owner and co-founder of the Holding of Emotions Fest. I would like to welcome you and congratulate you from Lviv. I would like to give the floor to Alexander Tkachenko. And we start, please. I'm really very happy for the fact that Mikhailo Fedorov was opening this discussion today, because creative industries, it's the area which actually is targeted to the future. And without creative industries, well, it is difficult to imagine the future of Ukraine, because this is the sector which is developing at high rates in comparison with other industries. And it is relying not on the land resources, oil, but it actually is targeted and based on the people, the main resource, on their creative talents. And it is very difficult to imagine what the future of this country is going to be without creative industry. So we would like to say that without it, the resilience of Ukrainians is not going to change. When we are talking about the creative industry, we have to understand what we mean. We talk about the people, the development, economy, innovations, identity, Ukrainian identity, and at the same time the global aspect, because all these sectors are directed at all the world, and the image and recognition of Ukraine in the world. And what is very important, and we underscore it all the time, the high added value, because creative industries, this is not about spending the money that much, but it's about generating additional funding and additional funds. And people ask me, what are creative industries? And I would like to suggest that we look at this slide and remember it. This is visual art, the graphics, the easel art, and this is music, theater, and opera, and the circus, including the puppet theaters, audio arts, that is music, and also printed matter and mass media matter, design and fashion, architecture, urban development, libraries, archives, museums, and this is marketing and promotion and the PR and other creative services. And definitely it's an IT sector, which is an essential part of the creative industries, the softwares, digital technologies, and these are also the artisans, and this is creative industry as well, and audiovisual arts, movies, cinema, animated movies, and television. And this slide gives us an understanding what the creative industry is. And please point one of the areas in this table which you don't like. Please do. And from the economic point of view, this tells us the following. It's 117 billion hryvnia, which are generated by this sector, and this is approximately 4% of the GDP of this country. And let us look at the developed countries, and the share of the creative industries are higher there, are bigger there. And, well, we are leading some other countries, but most important is that the potential in this area is huge in this country. And what Mikhailo told us about the legislation changes, well, they have to create additional revenues to the budget, because 8% of the VAT, which we have legislated last year, will have an impact in a couple of next years, because it's legalization of the business, bringing it to the official sector, and additional stimuli for the development. These are 350,000 jobs who are working in this area, and this is about 4% of all the people who are working in Ukraine. It is very important to understand that creative industries is about the personalities, individuals. That's why there are so many individual entrepreneurs, small entrepreneurs, because each 10th business entity are working in the creative industries. Creative industry provide one of the largest multiplier among other sectors of the economy. Please look at the construction, financial sector, transportation, transit, and even the construction sector does not reach the levels of the creative industry. And per 1 hryvnia invested on the average in this country, the added value in the economy is 2.2 hryvnia per 1 hryvnia. So this is what creative economy gives us. And this trend could be seen as growing according to the research. And thanks to the nice conditions for doing business, which we are going to implement, it is going to grow in the future. One employer in the creative industry also provides the largest value added in comparison with other sectors. And export of creative industries is 30% of all the export of the services of Ukraine. It amounts to $5.4 billion, of which we are aware. But now we are going to see our slides in black. COVID has started, and this impacted adversely creative industries in the areas which are suffering from the pressure. In tourism and movie industry, 50% decrease of the revenues has been registered. And also this is about the audiovisual services, publishing services. I'm not even talking about the concerts who are going to tell you, the panelists are going to tell you about that. But we are doing a lot to improve the situation. Last year, we have provided the grants, 660 million worth for support of the creative industries, and this is for the first time in the post-Soviet state, but this is not sufficient. And also the decrease of the payments of VAT in comparison of 2020, and this is actually a demonstration of the fact that the revenues in this sector have decreased. What is an ecosystem of creative industries? Looking at the specificities of the creative industries, this is a contact sphere. We are maintaining contacts with the government, with the startup, with businesses, with the communities, civil society, social entrepreneurs, the partners for development, artists, local self-government, and science. So this area, which covers quite a number of contacts, without which we cannot develop successfully. Yeah, you can take a picture. Yeah, Ira. What are we going to do in the nearest future to increase the weight of the creative industry and to create the constant site for cooperation with the government? At the Cabinet of Ministers, we are creating the Council on the Development of Creative Economy. This is about the dialogue, and this is about the proposals for the development of various areas. And we are going to create the working groups per each sector, and these are the caucusing with the stakeholders in the creative industries. And Fedir and myself are going to take care of this council. And I would like to give an example from the area of the art, folk arts, artisans. And this is a potential which we can count on. At present, this is 4 billion imports and 2.2 billion hryvnia of exports. But for us, it is very important to create a market for the works of the artisans. It is underdeveloped. A lot, nobody has dealt with it, and we do not have a big, actually, contractor as a state in this area. So we have to transform this market to unleash this huge potential, and not only to preserve the artisans, but also to give an impetus for their development. We are going to develop the registers for marking the products, and also we are going to talk about the sectoral cooperation with the modern design and to create the monetization and increasing added value of the products of the artisans based on the current modern technologies. And this is very important as well. And while we always repeat that the creative industry is the future of this country, and they have to be a top priority for the development of the state, not only agrarian sector, oil and extractive industries are the basis of the development of the economy in this country. The creative industries also are very important resources for the development of Ukraine. We have an opportunity to talk to the authorities today. This is a great opportunity for us to express our ideas so that the government officials hear us. And we have the representatives of various areas. The name of this panel is Business, Status and Needs and Perspectives. So we are going to discuss these issues, and all our speakers are going to participate in this discussion. So each of our panelists is going to have 2 or 3 minutes to tell us about their ideas, and then we will have the Q&A session. So I represent the industry. Quite recently, we had a forum, and we were preparing this forum, and we prepared some statistical data for this forum. So we have carried out a survey, and 52% of the companies, as a result of this survey, have changed the area of their operation in the creative industries because of the COVID impact, and 47% of the companies had to lay off the personnel, and 70% of the companies have not a very satisfactory status from the point of view of the revenues, and actually the revenues have decreased by 34 to 70%. And the worst situation is about the following: 62% do not believe that in 2021 it will be possible to go back to the proactive business doing. So I would like to give the floor to each of the speakers so that we can see what is the status of each of them. So we will start with Maxim. Good morning. The COVID had a huge impact on carrying out our business, and we saw what is the numbers showing the rates of paying the VAT. And we were making some comparisons of the 3 quarters of the previous year, and the decrease of the VAT payment has decreased in our area by 70%. It means that the industry itself, from the point of view of the services and turnover, has decreased by the factor of 5, and looking at this year, we also see that the losses are going to grow by the end of this year. So conditionally, we cannot see positive perspectives looking at this year, and the situation is not very encouraging. So it is very important for the business to cooperate with the private sector, the sector of culture, creative industries, with the state, from the point of view of the dialogue, creating the opportunities for the creative businesses to operate. So, good morning, and I am representing the industry from the sales tickets, and we understand how the commercial component of the market has changed, the number of people who are attending the events and pay for the tickets. So we analyze the numbers of 2020. It has decreased by the factor of 10, and the ministry tells us about the decrease of like 10%, and also the the VAT has been decreased, and the viewers who have paid for the tickets has decreased by the number of 10. And one of the problems for the concert sector, is the following. The response was very, very negative, and certain, declarations of the members of the government were very detrimental to the industry. And sometimes there were declarations made that COVID was expanding due to the attendance of the concerts, and that had a very negative impact. We understand that the people can get contracted, but there are other reasons and places where people can contract COVID, like the public transit or, for example, the catering industry. But usually they quoted the examples of the concerts which were carried out in the country. And this was the negative information which has been spread, and it had a very adverse impact on the participants of the market who still were working, operating, and we are actually complying with all the requirements to carrying out public events.
Good afternoon to everyone. What I would like to say, I heard about 50% or 80%. The number of our concerts decreased by 97%. We had just a couple of them, and there were accusations that we are the reason of spreading the COVID. There was a concert of Время and Stiklo group in Palace, Ukraine. But the difficulty was we till the last day didn't know whether we will be able to hold it or not. And now the situation is very serious with the crisis in our business. We work not just with concerts. The artists, actors, they basically deal with fashion, with different things. We really get many sectors of the economy. We put them together, and that brings a lot of income to the economy. And I would like to thank you for paying attention at me, at our sector. It is important that creative industries should be in the top of attention. We have very talented people, very creative people. We develop very large, powerful projects which will become ambassadors of our country. Once we are talking about all these problems today, I don't want us to talk just about problems. I would like to talk about what are the prospects, how can we cooperate with the state or interact with the state. There are many examples of public-private partnership, and also the sphere where education and culture and creative industry go together. Such spheres are developing very well, and we would like to hear what could be the assistance provided to us tomorrow and how we'll be developing in the future. Yes, the situation is bad for everyone. We can cry about that, but we would like to talk about tomorrow. That is our next part. But we would like to hear a person from Lviv. Andriy, greetings from Lviv. Our holding of emotions iFest is quite specific. We work in different businesses with creative component. To characterize year 2020, we can say that we were basically run over by the tank, but we survived. Talking about tourists, and that impacts the hospitality sector in Lviv. It was decreased by 3 times, from 2.5 million to 1.7 million a year. That means fewer taxes and fewer incomes. Talking about the problem that affected us most, it's the problem of indefinite situation, especially in spring, when we could not understand what we can tell people, when we can open different restaurants or other things, and that had a big impact. People start distrusting this industry. They change their activities, the border is closed, and the restaurant market fell. Basically, Alexander mentioned book publishing, but the publishing house Starilev, they basically were receiving in 2019 some state support, and that helped the book publishing business, and we are happy with that. As to art galleries, as to different events, Art Gallery Ziga had the same problem. We didn't know when we would be able to open some exhibitions. The opening of different exhibitions was delayed. The event space in which we invested a lot of money in the last 5 years, basically we had it as an open space. We were able to organize at least something at this open space, but most of our plans we were not able to implement. I would like to react to your comment on the concerts. First of all, these were concerts from clubs, like these videos showing the performance of some famous artists from some clubs, but large concert organizations, large venues like theaters or concert halls, they were following the rules of the lockdown. But when you are shown this video, when there's a party here and there in the clubs which were to be closed, then I had no other arguments but what we were talking about. That is why it was about responsibility of business. As far as I understand, we all understand, basically, you are talking about minus 90%, minus 97%. We understand that we do have problems, but we would like to talk about prospects. Our industry depends on two things. Even if tomorrow the lockdown is over, then we depend on two things. First of all, economy, because in the economy which is working well, we can organize some events, but much depends on financial indicators. And the other thing we need to discuss, people are so much used to online that we will have to teach them to return to real venues, and that's a big problem, psychological problem. From the point of view of our industry, I'm sure that we will get restored quickly, because out of things we need just to open computer and start working. I believe that our industry will be recovered quickly, but much depends on all these things when we understand how to work under lockdown or after it's over. And then when the economy grows, then people will understand that they can attend some concerts or parties or other things. I understand that we need just time, and then we will start going back to normal work. Let's talk to each one of you. Which prospects do you envisage, and what is needed? First of all, I'd like to analyze Today, it's exactly 1 year from the moment when the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine passed the resolution on introducing lockdown, which affected us because they prohibited to get more than 200 people together. That was quite unusual. People believed that everything will be resolved within 1 month or 2 months, that by summer of 2020 everything will be over. And there were changes from the point of view of planning. In a year, we more or less got used to this situation. But I would like to analyze how the state reacted to our problems. First of all, I would like to thank Alexander Tkachenko. He was supporting our industry. He was doing it from the point of view of allowing to operate, but on condition that all the norms are observed, like distancing and other things. And from the point of view of business, one of the most loyal conditions for the work of concert venues. So you were the first ones who established the contact with the state, right? But in May, we drew attention of the state to the fact that we are there. We want to start operating again. It's impossible when the state says you have to just close, and nothing was provided. You just have to close your business. What can you do? How can you find way out of this situation? But the state started dialogue with the industry, and we are still in this dialogue, and that's a big achievement. Second, tax changes, which we hadn't seen for 30 years of the existence of the country. For the first time, for the whole sector of economy, the VAT was lowered from 28% to 7%. That is an extraordinary event, and it will have a big impact after lockdown is over. This is one of small instruments, but basically it's huge for restoring the sector. Then we had changes related to taxes, which probably are not so much discussed, but we regulated the issue of expenditures, like riders of artists, like travels of artists. That is also a big achievement. These are two main things that we have achieved. The third thing, in 2020, these were grants of the institutional support, which were allocated via Ukrainian Cultural Foundation and the Ukrainian Institute of Books. What is happening in 2021, we would like to continue this dialogue with the state from the point of view of state support and expanding the possibilities, the chances to get loans for our business, because we have a very complicated access now to this state program 579. We would like to stay in this dialogue so that the state shows that we are the priority for it, because the state is regulating this activity, and we understand that that is something which they had to do. But what do you believe the perspective is? Can you, in the future, participate in this program 579? There are difficulties with that program, and that's because of two things. First, because one of the components of our activity are non-material assets, but human resources. Unfortunately, human resources, that is something which cannot put as a collateral into the bank, as a guarantee that you will pay back the loan. And that's one of the biggest problems. And taking into account the fact that there is a program of portfolio guarantees, it would be good if the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Finance, together with the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, introduces some separate program of crediting creative industries, where the state would take a risk. I mean, 100% of coverage. Can we set up some group or something? I understand how it looks like, but it's easy. You cannot put people as collateral. The state told you, close your business. Let's take, as an example, the businesses which are in red zones. We see Transcarpathian region, Ivano-Frankivsk region. You just have to close your business, but how to come out of this situation, how to pay salaries to people, how to pay all the operational costs or the communal costs if you are especially leasing the premises, that's difficult. And the second thing, that's not just from the point of view of concerts, but from the point of view of tourism and cinema halls. And thus, one of the problems is license for retail sale of alcohol. According to the law of the state on support of the small and medium business, we cannot have access to this program of crediting because of this license for sale of alcohol. Probably you used to attend some theater or cinema hall, and a wine, for example, was on sale there. But now this is prohibited, and no one can do it. Can we agree with the minister to set up a group, some working group, where we would discuss all these things? Well, I will answer. We have so many groups, and we are all the time discussing different issues. I would like to talk about a more global problem. We are now in the situation of indefinition. We cannot understand when the lockdown will finish. The solution is total vaccination. Look at the countries which have done that. They go back to normal life, to concerts. That's first thing. Second is the world has globally changed, and it will not be the same as it was before a pandemic. Maybe we need to review business models. We have to review activities, whether we want it or not, but that is what's happening in the world, and especially we see it looking at audio, visual services. Everything's moving towards internet. Especially the series of films previously were created for cinema houses, now for internet. Then I understand that the state will not allow 100% payback, and now the problem is the state has to decide. Are we saving or are we investing money into consumption because people have no money to attend the concerts, to buy books? There could be such a program as certificate for consuming cultural services developed. Second, investments into the sphere of creative industries. We talking about investments. We started from investments into large restoration. That is the investment that we need in times of crisis. They allow us to restart the systems which suffered, and there should be also some other program, not just the program of crediting, but the program of state investments into this sector. And there should be a political decision made. We need to spend more and invest into this sector. What do you think, Dmytro, about our prospects, especially if we have certificates to attend concerts? Thank you. The colleagues mentioned several things I wanted to mention. Talking about prospects, I can tell you that regeneration of the sector will be immediate. Creative industry, even if the situation was so difficult during the previous years, many people left this sector, but I'm sure as soon as clear rules are developed and when we understand what the future is like 6 months ahead, then the sector started to be restored. Now, even I would like to thank the authorities. They allowed to organize some events, but with limited number of people, which means that despite the fact that we are saying that globally people do not have enough money, their incomes went down, and entertainment is not the priority, but still this will be in the agenda of people. We want to watch shows, to hear some songs, to attend concerts and theaters. What else? Talking about prospects, for the first time, we have very close dialogue with the authorities. And even though I and my colleagues, as representatives of the sector, even though we have some criticism, but it's directed towards making the situation even better. We're happy that the authorities implement some initiatives, and they are working on some documents, but we believe there's still more work to be done.
And for the first time, quite significant funds have been allocated to the creative industry development by the state. And Maxim mentioned other issues which are pending. For example, we as an operator selling tickets, we had to invest more than the organizers of the events into the infrastructure, into wages and salaries, into leasing fees. We had to support the system of operation, and we could not rely on the loans, and we could not rely on the grants, and it did not allow the criteria developed for those did not allow us to get access to the grants and funding. And a lot of attention, a lot of emphasis was put by the mass media and the authorities on the concerts were put. And we have to sort of introduce internal public control of this issue. Several sector organizations have been created which are interested in systemic development of the market, fair treatment of all the participants of the market. And I believe that the internal control of this sector has to be moved to the sector itself. And we should not, because of the concert of the cultural center where 500 people came together, to blow it up to the news on the central television. It deteriorates the climate. And we have to understand how to deal with the people who really violate the regulations. As for the perspectives, I think that all of us can make assumptions about our future, and it's very foggy. As well as the vaccination, we cannot understand how it is going to help. But as I would like to underscore that for the first time, we maintain the dialogue with the state, and I am participating in several working groups. And when things deteriorated absolutely completely, we asked the minister to help us and to decide how we can continue operating, whether we can introduce separate special seating of the viewers and things like that. And the government gave us an assistance in this area. And it's very good that we have some changes in the legislation. We cannot use the loans, unfortunately, and also the reimbursement of the interest rates are also not affecting us positively. But at least this is a situation when we see that the state hears us and starts to change things. Also, the program of reconstruction of the cultural monuments, architectural monuments, and this will mean that there will be investment into this sector, and the tourism is going to develop, and the sector is going to generate. But we have to understand how we are going to work during the pandemic, because we can decrease the interest, we can restructure the architectural monuments and restore them. But we have to understand how we are going to operate and work. And all this work is not going to be useful if we fail to organize the festivals. There are great examples like the Braid Factory. This is one of the best 10 festivals. People come attend them, spend money, and but under the pandemic, the viewers are not going to come and to visit these festivals. There are pros and cons. I know that foreigners are coming to this country to attend big events, and if we actually develop appropriate rules of working under this situation, the foreigners will visit us and the investments will increase. And as for the future and perspective of work with our industry, will depend on the concerts, on the venues. We learned how to work online, how to monetize it. We learned how to work with the brands, with the promotion, with the advertisements. But if we do not understand clear rules of the work under this situation, due to, some small bars and clubs will affect the situation in the whole industry. And if there will be the internal sectoral communities, and this is our task, the task of our industry, to develop the rules, establish the rules for the operation of the industry so that we can develop, and that will be good. But I am afraid that the perspectives are very foggy. We are looking forward, we are trying to smile, we develop the projects, we look at how to resolve this situation and exit it. But I think that if we maintain the dialogue with the state and the industry, well, we will, and if we are going to be the sector which is going to be one of the priority sectors for the national authorities, maybe this will be a way out, and this will be a perspective to get saved. And what are the feelings of the actors, artists? How do they look at their creative activities? Because that affects them very much. So whether the situation has an adverse impact on it, well, I wouldn't say that this impact is good. We have carried out certain transformations in our team, and our creative efforts have been directed to the areas which bring some revenues. But for the artists and the actors, this is an awful period of time, especially those who were not to make some savings. I'm not talking about our producer center, because we are still afloat. But if we look at the market, so we can see that the people who were not getting good financing under nice times, good times, they have exited the creative professions, and they started to work in other sectors, and some people started to work as drivers, of taxi drivers. And for a lot of people, this is a catastrophe. And in terms of actors and artists, well, we do not provide any assistance to them at present in our sector. We could not use various programs, we could not get the grants, and the artists and actors were not able to do that. So if another year elapses and without special programs, without assistance, it will be very difficult to maintain the core of artists and actors in this sector. The floor is yours. I would like to start from the philosophical, so to say, statement about the modern art. I believe that the state of the modern art in Ukraine defines what sort of a country it's going to be in the future. And starting from 2018, we decided to invest into the Ziga Art Association. And as for the modern art, well, the event industries and the First Republic, we have the plans for them, and we continue operation in 2021, and we are working proactively. We have already survived 2020, and we understand how it is possible to work under these conditions. For us, it is very important to maintain the policy of the adaptive quarantines, but not lockdowns, because lockdowns has very adverse impact and actually brings about the losses to all the industries, the events, the restaurants, catering industry, and so on and so forth. As for the tourism at large, I had an opportunity to take a business trip to Florence, Venice, and Vienna. And I can tell you that, well, we have quite nice life here, because life is going on here. We can attend restaurants, we can attend concerts, and that's great in reality, and this opens new opportunities to us. But if we continue to maintain appropriate national policy, so in 2029, we not only will be able to develop the internal domestic tourism in this country, but we can also engage the travelers from the neighboring countries, because in Krakow, for example, well, in Vienna, everything is closed. And when I'm telling them that the restaurants are open here, they cannot believe me. And they would be happy to come here and to actually enjoy. And I would like to talk about the perspective. Alexander mentioned a very good example of the UK, I guess, or Israel, I guess. And that their life is coming back to normal. In UK, the situation is similar. Boris Johnson said that in the third decade of June, the country is going to go back to the, all normal, and this is related to vaccination. At the level of the state, we can maintain the high rates of vaccination. So for this industry, it's going to be the best assistance to go back to old normal as soon as possible. Would you like to comment, or shall we move forward? I would like to add the question on the political decisions about the investment of the creative industries and support of consumption. To my mind, these are two levers which will help us to survive until we maintain the 100% vaccination of the country. So let's discuss the needs, and this is what you need. And maybe you have some ideas how the state can help you, and maybe what you should tell the state about the tools to exit from the situation we are in now. And if we will be able to start working in the normal regime, we will start to regenerate quite quickly. And if the state is going to support this sector to, for example, provide additional funds or maybe decrease the load on the maintaining of this stuff, and maybe this will be an opportunity to exit the situation. I hope that we will regenerate very quickly if all these measures are being taken. And we have to get the information how the vaccination is going to go forward. And, for example, by when 70% of the population is going to be vaccinated. So we will know for how long we have to stand up to the situation and continue operating. So you might have your own ideas, so let's share them. And we might carry out a discussion, and maybe we will find answers together. And the question about the regeneration at large brings up two issues. First of all, as Dmitry told, people actually would like to attend the events and buy tickets, but there is the situation of indefiniteness, and people have concerns due to two things. Carrying out an event is being planned in advance, and we were planning in 2020 to reschedule the events from spring to the fall. Everybody thought that something will happen in autumn, but then there was another wave of epidemic, and we were rescheduling from autumn to spring 2021, and now we understand it will never happen. So people are getting tired of this vicious circle, and people do not book the tickets because there is the situation of indefiniteness, whether the event will take place or not. And this is a postponed demand. And to resolve this situation, most probably, we might use the model which is being applied by other countries. And this is a story about carrying out events. The main problem is the lack of economic model with us. So there is no economic benefit to carry out events in this new format for some organizations and institutions. If we talk about the theater, we have, the seats. They have decreased by the factor of 2. But if we look at the, if we, for example, take in events when the viewers were standing, so the number of people they can accommodate has decreased by the factor of 5 or 10, and they experience constant losses, costs, and this economic model stops working at all. And we have to address this problem. And maybe the model which is being implemented by Great Britain, Italy, which is being also reviewed by some other countries, this is, lifting the restrictions at the expense of testing. And we should not wait 1 day or 2 days to get the result, but we can use these tests for antigens. We should not wait for the PCR testing. We can do it in 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and we can cancel the restrictions. And also, the organizer of this event will have a responsibility of reporting on the results of these tests. This model can be used, and thus it will be possible to plan. If it is implemented, the carrying out the events in May or June, when we understand that the respiratory diseases are decreasing due to the seasonal peculiarities. And we saw this situation in 2020. And if we see the low level of illnesses in 2021, this tool will be able to help us to operate. And also, this will give an opportunity to increase the scope of testing. And the third aspect is the following. The state has the express test materials. The Ministry of Health has procured 6 million tests, and they can allocate part of those to give them to the books to the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, and then to allocate them to the state enterprises, the private business, as a state assistance. So this will be a win-win situation. The business will get a model according to which it was operating previously. The state will increase the number of testing, and we will get the direct national support, state support, and business doesn't need anything else. If we are able to do business as usual, so then we will not need any state assistance. We will need some proper state regulation so that we would not ask every day, give us something because, well, pay us some, give us some assistance because you have closed down our business so that we can restore our business. And this might be a very good approach which will help us to resolve this situation. And the West European countries are using this model already, and they are talking about it openly. This is the way they are going to do in May or June. They already carry out the pilot projects to test these approaches. And I think that this story might be helpful. And as for everything my colleagues told about the story about the mass media, which were showing the concerts where 500 attendees were participating. So the question here is the following. There is no competition, fair competition. If the business abides by the anti-epidemic conditions, then the business model is sort of disabled. It's lame. It doesn't work. But the people who started to ignore these regulations and carry out the events without adhering to the norms, without distancing, fill the clubs with a lot of attendees. And we can see this happens. This happens now. And all this deprives the market of the fair competition. When everybody abides by the rules. But the situation now seems to be like one team has, a soccer team has 2 participants and another one has 11 players. Well, these things happen in all the countries, but I don't know how to avoid it. We can understand people if they are told you should be closed and they were not getting any assistance and their issues were not resolved. So maybe that might, explain their behavior. Well, we understood. If there is an opportunity to discuss the express tests, which will give us an opportunity to carry out the concerts, it will be good, and actually it might work. And it will give an opportunity to everyone to work appropriately and normally. Let us ask Oman whether his needs are going to be met by this express testing. Giving an answer to this question, I'd like to tell you, yes, it will help. And if my information is correct, so the cost of this express test is about 300 hryvnia, maybe less. And I think that some of the organizers might take up these expenditures and include them into the price of the ticket or announce it as a mandatory rule and requirement. And the viewer will decide for himself or herself whether to abide by this rule and visit the concert or not. And as Maxim said, this will give us an understanding of the perspective, and it will give a perspective to the market, and we will get an opportunity to restore it. I would like to emphasize the following. I would like to repeat my information about the loans and credits. The creative sector cannot offer a collateral due to the specifics of our business. We are creating the intellectual product, and we do not have any means to provide a collateral. And we had to invest a lot of money into our industry because we could not close the business. And actually, when I applied for a loan, I used my apartment as a collateral, and I was paying 21% annual interest rate. But this is not a way out for the business. So the state has to take up up a risk, to become bold, and to finance the creative sector. And the needs are not that big as it might seem for the outsider, because each 10th person in this business are private entrepreneurs, and they would need 2,000 hryvnia, which they've got, but it is not comparable with the losses the business experienced this year.
And I, as the operator, know about this problem when the viewers are trying to return the tickets, like in the beginning of last year. We believe that in autumn everything will be fine. From concert, the concerts were moved to spring, and now from spring we don't know to when. And the viewers, the people suffer from that. They lose all the hope to get money back. There's no legislative instrument on how people can get their money back. And realistically, the organizer who received the money, he paid advance money to artists, to promotion, to other things. And of course, it would be great to make a register of those who fell victim to this situation and somehow help people. Maybe dozens of thousands of people suffered. They will never get their money back. They will never see the concert to which they bought tickets. But this is the situation. And another thing which I would like to mention is infrastructure. Alexander says that the state has to start spending money for creative industries. Infrastructure probably is something which is critically important. Maybe Maxim Shulzhenko is the only one who built Stereo Plaza, and he multiplied the market. If we compare it to what was 10 years ago, if the state started investing into infrastructure in each large city, Odessa, Zaporozhye, Kharkiv, they would start constructing some venues for 10,000 people, in Kiev for 20,000 people. Then the sector will develop with a very high speed, because then business would make all other necessary steps. And one more thing,
опять-таки, со своей стороны, как билетный оператор, это
as the ticket operator, I'd like to mention there's a request to the ministry. Please pay attention to the problem of tickets to communal, municipal theaters, because neither the consumer nor commercial businesses have equal access to these tickets. The tickets are distributed in a strange way, and that existed before you, Alexander, and there's a big request to you. Please pay your attention to that. I believe, and my colleagues believe, that the tickets to the national theaters and museums are to be available for everyone. There are some companies which should offer all tickets. I have a deputy minister who's right now working on this issue. Ira? I'm listening to everyone on these prospects. All the guys are talking about right things, but one thing we need to understand is rule of game. Until we understand how we can get people together, will there be a pandemic in the future? Will there be vaccination? Until we understand all these things, nothing will really work. We, as the final consumer of the concert, we know how people are returning tickets, and we cannot forecast our work. Unless we have rules of game, the whole infrastructure will collapse. The brands will collapse, the artists will collapse, the performers, the whole infrastructure, the whole industry will collapse. The first thing is to have clear rules of game. If it's vaccination, there should be vaccination. If there should be some safety measures, there should be rules for everyone. If someone doesn't observe it, then people have to be fined. Talking about infrastructure, I agree. No one but performers know what the venues are, and in some cases, there are venues where it's impossible just to perform. And besides just reconstructing these venues, we need to rethink about how to work with all the cultural events. There are examples, for example, on how a Museum of Science is doing it. It's like a museum, but business was allowed there, creative industry was allowed there, and they have created something that is interesting to attend. Also, the Arts Museum is where they integrated some creative solutions, and it's interesting to attend it. So I'm talking about creating the culture which will become of interest for new generation. We, of course, need to think about the past because that's our history, that's what we are proud of. But we need to combine business and culture and creative industries, and we need to create the product which is of interest. And the one which will be interesting to look at, and which will bring tourism into the country. And also, we need to create platforms where the state, creative industry, business, and money could be combined. And it's interesting when you invest into teachers, when you start educating those people who understand what the new industry is about. And we ourselves, we teach others, and we educate the specialists who can basically make the cultural fund that we have interesting. I traveled to many places in Ukraine. I was in wonderful castles, and that's part of the program. This could be developed, and I believe if this program is working, then everything will be fine. We have 3 minutes left. We have Andriy there and Dmitro. Yes, very briefly, I will add something. I would like to draw your attention and the attention of Alexander to the support of sectoral mass media, which are concentrated on cultural sector, films, music, visual arts. It's not like some big things which exist officially, but these are sectoral mass media. It's very difficult for them to earn money. They don't have a lot of traffic from monetization. So basically, sectoral mass media need to get institutional assistance. You see, I'm making notes. And the final word to Andriy. Thank you. The formula how to survive in times of COVID for any business and creative industry, and not just there, is simple. We need to
команду, так?
keep
І
people
ліквідність,
and
тобто це про гроші.
liquidity.
І якщо бізнес з цим
And
справляється,
if
значить він
business
виживе, і в
copes
нього
with
будуть
that, the
добрі
business will
перспективи.
survive
В
and
цьому
it will
контексті,
have
звісно,
good
індустрія постраждала
prospects.
в першу чергу фінансово
Industry
від цього, і вона
suffered
потребує
financially,
вливання
first of all,
грошей.
and
Так?
it
І
needs
для
money.
держави тут важливо
For
бути
the
більш
state,
гнучким
it's
і адаптивним,
important to be
наскільки може
more
бути держава більш
flexible, more
гнучкою і адаптивною
adaptive.
в наших умовах. Якщо говорити про
If we are
конкретику,
talking
це та
about
сама
something
програма
specific,
579, над
that's
якою ми
this
працювали.
program
Но наш холдинг
579.
теж нею не
Our
скористувався, тому що
holding
ми завеликі,
couldn't use
нас
it
дивляться
because
по
we are too
бенефіціарах, і ми не
big,
змогли отримати нічого.
and
так?
we failed to get
Хороший
anything.
приклад в
A
даному
good
контексті
example
це
in this
книги.
context
Це
is
адресна
books,
підтримка книговидавців
targeted
української книги,
support
яку
of
надали
book
видавцям,
publishing,
зокрема видавництво
which
Стороглева.
was
Гроші пішли
rendered,
в тиражі,
which was
тобто це фактично оборотка.
submitted
І
to
видавництво
publishers
змогло
like
перейти цей тяжкий
Lev
рік
Publishing
більш
House, and
зважено.
they
так? Тобто, якщо
managed to
робити
survive
такі
through this
адресні
difficult
допомоги,
year.
адресні
If
інвестування,
such
субсидіювання,
target
так, то я думаю, що разом
investment,
бізнес і держава
target
може перейти цей
assistance
складний час.
is rendered,
Клас.
then
Дякую. Тоді
we
ми
will cope with the
завершуємо. Я
situation.
хотів
Okay, we are
фіналізувати.
finishing.
Коротко два слова.
And to
Я,
wrap
по-перше,
up,
записую всі
first of all,
поради,
I
дякуючи
put
такому
notes.
діалогу,
I
приходить мені думки, що можна власне
write,
робити.
put
Хотів би
down
зробити
all your
наголос.
advice.
Рада креативних індустрій
The
створюється
Council
при
of
Кабміні по
Creative
напрямку.
Industries
Там
is
будуть
set
робочі
up
групи по
under the
кожній
Cabinet of
сфері.
Ministers. There
Це
will be working
інструмент
group,
постійного діалогу. Ми
groups
туди
for every
запросили всіх заступників
sector.
міністрів,
We
які нам цікаві
invited
фінансової
all
економіки.
the
Так,
deputy
щоб можна
ministers,
було
the deputy
напрацьовувати
minister of
конкретні
finance and
механізми, а не
economic,
тільки ми
so
самі
that we
стикалися з
develop
боротьбою,
specific
як розширити програму
mechanisms,
579
so
для
that it's
креативних
not just us
індустрій,
who think about how to expand
щоб вони могли її
579 program for creative
Дякую всім.
industry.
Я хотів, що
Thank you.
як фіналізувати. Тобто ми
And
всі
to wrap it
зрозуміли,
up,
що в нас
we
є величезне
understand that
падіння,
we
і
have
ситуація зараз така, яка
a
потребує
big
змін. Ми
decrease
всі
and the
зрозуміли, що в нас
situation
почався
requires
живий діалог
changes. We
з державою,
started
з владою, з
dialogue
конкретними
with the
міністерствами,
state,
з
with
якими
the
ми
specific
співпрацюємо. І в нас є
ministries,
якісь варіанти
and
виходів,
we
які ми тут
have
озвучили. Я
some
сподіваюся, що буде наш
specific
наступний крок. І за
ways
допомогою цих інструментів,
out,
які ми
and
тут
with
говорили,
the
ми якось далі
assistance
будемо
of
йти.
these
Я дуже
instruments
дякую
will
всім. Я
move
сподіваюся, це
forward.
було
Thank you
цікаво.
all.
І
I
дякую
hope
всім
this was of
присутнім.
interest. Thank you all those who
Гучно
are
аплодувати. Дякую.
there. Thank you.
Дякую усім
Thank
учасникам.
you, all
Запрошуємо
participants. We
у
invite
залу
you
ліворуч
to
для зустрічі із
press room
пресою, із
to
для
talk
запитань,
to
для
mass
спілкування.
media.
Зовсім скоро на цій основній сцені буде виступ
Soon
першої
we
леді України.
will
Потім
hear
буде ще
from
одна
the First Lady of
дискусія,
Ukraine,
яка присвячена
and then there will be a discussion
розвитку фешн-індустрії в
dedicated
нашій
to the
країні.
development of fashion industry in our country.
125 кінофільмів і серіалів планують виробити в Україні протягом 2021 року за підтримки Державного агентства України з питань кіно. На це заплановано витратити 600 мільйонів гривень. Після заборони російського кіно 2014 року в Україні почали активно фінансувати вітчизняні проєкти. Протягом цього часу фонд Держкіно виділив близько 1 мільярда 600 мільйонів гривень на підтримку українських фільмів. Це дало змогу значно збільшити частку національного контенту в прокаті. Ми зараз перебуваємо в експозоні поруч із тією великою залою, яку ви бачите під час трансляції, під час обговорень. І ці дні у нас присвячені культурі, мистецтву, креативним індустріям. І тут у нас є ось така експозиція творчості Олександра Сухоліта. Ми зараз поспілкуємося із куратором цієї експозиції Євгеном. Вітаю.
Добрий день.
Що хочете, чому саме підібрані ці скульптури і що хотіли сказати відвідувачам з Українського форуму «Україна-30» цими творами?
Ну, во-первых, конечно же, сказать, что не зря был выбран этот автор, потому что это автор одна из знаковых фигур современного украинского искусства. Он уже зрелый скульптор, который много лет радует не только коллекционеров, но и, конечно же, зрителя. И его работы находятся в музеях, не только в Украине, но и за рубежом. Здесь собраны работы его разных периодов, но всех их объединяет одна и та же страсть.
Просимо паралельно нашого оператора показати,
Да, конечно.
будемо розповідати.
Да, страсть к красоте. Кажется, может на первый взгляд показаться, что работы несколько такие, ну скажем, ну что ли, грубые, да, но здесь нужно отметить, что автора еще называют иногда новым архаиком, а это значит, что автор работает с языком искусства, который формировался несколько тысяч лет и еще восходит к античности и даже раньше к палеолиту. И если вы помните, что как бы идеальные формы, идеальная красота, допустим, женского тела, палеолитические Мадонны, они, в общем-то, не совсем реалистичны. Помните, такими большими бедрами и как-то так не совсем там фотографическое отображение действительности. Вот, но обратите внимание, что здесь все про статическое состояние красоты, наблюдение красоты, и очень много он говорит о каких-то душевных вещах, потому что он, как скульптор, он такой абсолютно некоммерческий человек, и все то, что он продает, он обязательно потом расходует на дальнейшее свое творчество и литье своих работ. И он такой вот, в общем-то, очень бессеребренник, и это тоже очень подкупает в том, насколько он искренне, откровенно влюблен в красоту.
Ну, ми взагалі, коли спілкуємося із кураторами і організаторами експозицій, які тут представлені в експозоні на форумі цього тижня, коли говоримо про мистецтво, про культуру, про те, що водночас твори митців, вони можуть ставати справді таким інструментом культурної дипломатії.
Абсолютно верно.
Наскільки це
Абсолютно верно. Ну, красота спасет мир, как известно. И Украине действительно есть что показать. И очень хорошо то, что действительно вопрос актуализации культуры или активации культуры как инструмента, в том числе дипломатии, и в том числе общения с народом, это очень важно. И хорошо то, что выбираются в данном случае наиболее такі весомые, важные игроки.
Дякую, дякую. А ми повертаємося зараз до прес-зали, де триває прес-конференція учасників попередньої панелі. 150 культурних пам'яток по всій країні відновлять у рамках проєкту «Велика реставрація». Такі масштабні роботи проводять вперше за часи незалежності. Уже розпочато ремонт Національного художнього музею у Києві і Олеського замку на Львівщині. Серед претендентів на реставрацію – проєкти з усіх куточків України. На проведення робіт закладено 300 мільйонів гривень. І ще 1 мільйон 700 тисяч планують залучити найближчим часом. За 3 роки Україна зможе представити світу оновлені пам'ятки архітектури. Триває всеукраїнський форум «Україна 30».
We
і
continue
я
the
нагадаю,
Ukrainian
що
Forum
протягом
Ukraine
цих
30.
днів,
I would
прямо
like to
із
remind you
першого
that
робочого дня цього тижня, 9
starting from
березня,
the
вівторка, ми
9th
говоримо
of
саме про
March, we are
культуру,
talking about
мистецтво,
culture, arts,
медіа, і
media,
зачіпляємо від суто
and
мистецьких тем до складних тем, які стосуються,
we
зокрема,
discuss even some
медіа, протидії
complicated
дезінформації,
topics
про
on
що
media,
також
on
сьогодні
counteracting
ми почуємо в одній
disinformation,
із експертних
and that is
панелей.
what we will
Пані та
hear
панове,
during one of the expert panels.
запрошую на цю сцену
Ladies and
першу
gentlemen,
леді
I
України,
invite the
Олену
First Lady
Зеленську.
of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, to take the floor.
Добрий день.
Good afternoon.
Я, мабуть, ще раз представлюся.
I will
Фахівці
introduce
кажуть, що
myself
це
again.
круто так починати
The experts say
розмову.
it's cool to start
Я,
your
можливо,
presentation
менше буду
this way.
хвилюватися.
Then maybe I will
Тож,
not be
мене
so
звати Олена
much
Зеленська.
excited.
Я
I am
дружина президента
Olena
України.
Zelenska. I'm the wife of the President of Ukraine.
Скажу чесно, для мене честь
Frankly
починати
speaking,
сьогодні
this
панель,
is an honor
присвячену
to
моді.
start the
Це
panel
означає
dedicated to fashion.
принаймні те, що
That
хтось все
means
ж таки
that at
вважає,
least
що я маю
some
відношення до моди,
people
це приємно.
believe that I have something to
Для
do with
мене,
fashion, and that's
попри
quite
численні
pleasant
модні
for
вироби, які я
me,
постійно отримую,
despite all these
сьогодні все ж таки я з
fashion
вами тут. І
sentences
дуже
I
рада бачити вже
receive.
знайомі
I'm
обличчя.
with you. I'm happy to see
Вітаю.
some familiar
Сьогодні
faces.
буде багато
Greetings to you.
обговорень від
There will be
фахівців. Я
many
тільки розпочну цю
discussions
розмову і поділюся з
and
вами
we'll
деякими
hear
думками.
many of
А наприкінці, якщо
experts,
вам
but
буде
I will
цікаво,
share
розповім
some of
одну
the
історію про
ideas,
модний
and in
казус,
the
який
end
зі
I
мною
will tell
трапився.
you
Якщо буде
a
цікаво,
story
якщо ви
about one
дочекаєтесь кінця моєї промови.
fashion
Тож сьогодні, я
story.
сьогодні перед вами в
Today
якості дружини
I am
президента.
here as the wife of
Перші
the
леді
President
завжди
of
притягують
Ukraine.
до
The
себе
first
увагу.
ladies always attract attention.
Згадаємо
Let's
хоча б Жаклін Кеннеді,
recollect
яка
Jacqueline
стала
Kennedy,
іконою
who has
стилю.
become the icon
Вона
of
назавжди
style.
змінила ставлення до
She
першої
has
леді.
changed the
Дозволити собі
attitude to
бути
the
не
First
просто дружиною
Lady. She
президента,
was not just the
але
wife of the
жінкою.
President, but she was a woman.
Щодо мене,
lady.
то мені не просто пощастило
As
бути першою леді.
to me,
Мені
I am
пощастило бути
lucky
першою
to
леді
be not just
України.
the First Lady, but the
Країни, в якій
First
так
Lady
багато
of
талановитих
Ukraine.
дизайнерів.
The country
Не
where
просто
we have so
талановитих,
many
це суперзірки
talented
у світі
designers.
моди.
These are basically superstars in the
Завдяки
world of
вашим
fashion.
талантам, любі дизайнери,
Thanks
я
to
можу
your talents, favorite
використовувати свою
designers,
роботу
I
та
can
статус,
use
аби з
my
гордістю
work, my
промотувати Україну
status
на міжнародній
to
арені.
promote
Так,
Ukraine
я
at
під
the
час
international
своїх
arena
закордонних
with
візитів
pride.
завжди
During my
в одязі
foreign
від
visits,
українських
I'm always
виробників,
dressed
від українських
into the
дизайнерів,
clothes of Ukrainian
українських
designers,
модельєрів.
Ukrainian producers.
Якщо ще декілька років тому я
And
просто
a
цікавилася
few years
модою, то
ago, I
зараз
was
ця цікавість
just interested in
перетворилася
fashion.
в
Now,
інструмент
this
мого
interest
впливу.
has become
Так,
an
я розглядаю
instrument
моду
of
в
my
першу чергу
cultural
як
influence.
потужний
I
інструмент
believe that
культурної
fashion
дипломатії.
is a
Тому що
powerful
мода – це
instrument
м'яка
of
сила впливу.
cultural
Мода – це мова,
diplomacy,
яку
because
розуміють
fashion
всюди.
is the
І
language
тому варто її
which is
використовувати.
understood everywhere.
Аби
It's
налагодити
worth
зв'язки з
using it
країнами.
to establish
Минулого
contacts with
року
the
в наших
countries.
планах було
Last year,
влаштувати
in our
тиждень
plans,
української
it
моди
was
в
to
Азербайджані.
organize weeks
Домовленості
of
було
Ukrainian fashion
вже
in
досягнуто,
Azerbaijan.
але,
We've
на жаль,
reached an agreement,
COVID змінив
but
наші
unfortunately,
плани,
COVID
як і
changed
багато
our
інших планів.
plans,
Але я
just like
сподіваюся,
some
що
other plans
незабаром
as well. But I
ситуація
hope that the
зміниться, і
situation
ми
will be
зможемо
changed soon
продовжити
again.
промотувати
And we will
Україну,
continue promote
проводячи подібні
Ukraine,
заходи в різних країнах
organizing such events in different
До
countries
речі,
of the world.
інсайдерська інформація.
Basically, some
Багато хто з
inside
перших леді інших
information.
країн,
Many
інших
of
держав,
the
які
first
відвідують
ladies
Україну,
of other
часто
countries
просять,
which visit Ukraine
влаштувати для
very
них
often
візити до шоурумів
request
або
to
крамниць, де
organize
представлені
visits
українські
to
дизайнери.
showrooms
І мені,
where Ukrainian
дуже
designers
приємно
are
бачити їхню
presented,
щиру
and I'm
зацікавленість українською
pleased to
модою.
see how they
Друге,
sincerely
що я
are
хотіла
interested
сказати,
in Ukrainian
те,
fashion.
що мода – це
Also,
велика
I'd like to say
індустрія,
that fashion is a
яка
big
дає робочі
industry
місця
which gives jobs
близько 130
to
тисячам
about
людей.
130,000 people. The volume
Україна експортує
of
текстильну продукцію
export of textile
на суму
products
більш
from
мільярд
Ukraine
доларів
is more than
Обсяг
$1 billion
внутрішнього
annually.
ринку споживання
The
сягає
volume
5
of the
мільярдів.
internal
Тобто
market of
це
consumption
великий
is $5 billion.
економічний
That's a huge
потенціал, який варто
economic
нарощувати і
potential
розвивати
which
сповна.
is to be
По-третє,
developed.
мода несе
Thirdly, fashion
важливу соціальну місію.
has a very special
Вона дає
social
можливість, зокрема,
mission.
жінкам
It allows women
реалізовуватися,
to
розкривати свій
develop
талант
themselves, to open up their
лідерстві,
talents
в
in
творчості.
leadership,
Тому
in
що серед тих
creative
130
arts,
тисяч
because
людей, які є в
among
розвагах,
those
75%
130,000
це саме
people,
жінки.
75% are
Сьогодні
women.
українські фешн-бренди
Today,
підкорюють світ, їх
Ukrainian
носять і
fashion
люблять
brands
всюди в
conquer
світі.
the world.
Серед їхніх фанів багато
They are
суперзірок, це
loved
факт.
everywhere in the
Сотні
world.
від
Many
Олени
of
Реви
the
та Христини Бобкової,
superstars among the
вишукані
fans,
образи від Артема
Olena
Климчука,
Reva, Artem
капелюхи
Klimchuk's
від
images,
Руслана
hats
Багінського,
from
денім
Ruslan
Ксенії
Baginsky,
Шнайдер,
denim of Ksenia
вишиванки
Schneider,
Віта Кін,
the
корсети від
embroidered
Фролова.
blouses
Вибачте, не
of
можу всіх
Vita
перелічити,
Kim,
тому що
and
10 хвилин, які мені
I'm sorry,
відвели
I cannot
організатори, не
enumerate
вистачить для того, щоб
all of
сказати
them
дякую
because
всім.
a few 10 minutes that
Вони
I have
підкорюють
will
іноземну
not allow
публіку.
me to mention everyone.
звісно,
These are the names that
висновок
conquer
один,
foreign
що
audience, and
це-
the
цей
conclusion is
успіх,
one:
успіх
the
українських
success,
модельєрів – це
the
не
success of
випадок.
Ukrainian
Це тренд,
designers is not just
за
some
яким стоїть
case,
наполеглива
it's a
робота
trend,
багатьох команд.
and
Наші
that
дизайнери
means that
зшивають
many
світ.
teams
В усіх
were
змістах цього
working
слова.
hard, and
Я
our
хочу, щоб цей
designers
тренд продовжувався і розвивався.
saw the world together, and I want
Повернуся до
this
себе,
trend to
так би
develop.
сталося, що
About myself,
іноді
it happens
те,
so
що
that
я
sometimes
вдягнена,
what I wear
обговорюється
is discussed
часом голосніше, ніж мої
very
робочі
sometimes
зустрічі, проекти.
louder than
Позаяк,
my working
іноді мені
meetings
це
or
може бути
projects.
неприємно, але
And
факт
even
залишається
though this
фактом.
could be
Мода
sometimes
відіграє
unpleasant
важливу
for
роль
me,
в нашому
but this is
суспільному
the
житті.
fact. The fashion plays an
Тому
important
наостанок
role in
розповім
our life.
коротенько
In the end, I
історію
will
про
tell
один
you
з
a
модних
story
казусів,
about
який зі
one
мною
of
трапився.
the
Наславно звісну
cases
жовту
happened
сукню.
to me.
Ця історія
You
облетіла майже
remember
всі
this
українські ЗМІ.
yellow
Якщо цікаво, я
dress?
швидко розповім.
I will tell you
Можна?
about that. May I?
Добре, тоді
And
розповідаю.
then, okay.
Минулого року нас було
Last
запрошено
year,
на
we were
церемонію
invited to the
організації
ceremony
японського
of
імператора Нарухіто. Це була важлива подія, і ми дійсно ретельно готувалися. Ми детально вивчали
Intronization of the Japanese emperor. We examined the traditions of Japan, the requirements of the protocol, and in the result, we paid attention to a wonderful yellow dress from Ivan Frolov in Japan. The way I looked like was approved, but some people started disseminating information that I sort of offended the emperor by the color of my dress, because they were saying that this yellow color is the color of the emperor's family, and no one is allowed to wear that. But that's wrong. That's not true. These people were mistaken, and there are several reasons to that. Light lemon color of my dress and dark yellow color of emperor's family are different shades, and that is very important for Japanese. It's like for us green and red, different colors. And also the prohibition to wear yellow existed in Japan till the 8th or 15th century, according to different sources of information. And for many centuries, people can wear any colors they would like. This story had to finish long ago, but it has quite an interesting continuation. Then I was invited to participate in the charity auction to raising money to buy equipment for treating oncology patient children. And this dress was famous or notorious, and it was bought quickly, and the money was used for charity. In the result, the notorious dress helped children. Basically, fashion could disunite and also unite people. I want our fashion to unite.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Всім натхнення.
and inspiration to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And the logical continuation in a couple of minutes on this main stage of the Forum Ukraine 30, we are going to wage a discussion and expert discussion of the development of fashion industry in Ukraine, in this country. Please stay in this audience, and soon we are going to open the panel discussion. And we are going to discuss this issue not only from the point of view of the development of fashion industry in Ukraine, but also we will discuss of how the fashion could be used as a tool for diplomacy and presentation Ukraine in the world, and that we will discuss what the development of the fashion sector gives to the countries all over the world and to Ukraine in particular. This is what we are going to discuss. This week, we decided to emphasize the humanitarian topics, creative industries, and maybe this is for the first time that at the Ukrainian Forum Ukraine 30, we have touched upon the topics which seemed to be not that serious as the topics of reform of the judiciary, development of economy, politics, and the previous week was dedicated to the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, Supreme Court of Ukraine, and the codes. And this week is very special as well because it was opened for us from celebrating the anniversary of Taras Shevchenko's birth. And there were quite a number of information pretexts during this calendar months because Ukraine started to celebrate 150th anniversary of the birth of Lesya Ukrainka on the 25th of February. And this year is being carried out by events which are dedicated to Lesya Ukrainka. Those who are watching this event at the platform Ukraine 30, well, taking into account the restrictions of the quarantine, not everyone, unfortunately, can participate in person in this forum. But we nevertheless present our expo zone and our exposition in the whole of this site. And we were presenting the works by Ukrainian sculptors. We also talked about the men of letters and also in renowned people in the area of art of Ukraine. So you will be able to watch it because today we are closing this media week of Ukrainian Forum Ukraine 30. So you can watch it in our YouTube channel and at our site ukraine30.com. I would like also to announce that after the topic of fashion industry, and the panelists already are taking their seats at the podium, we are going to continue discussing a very important topic and serious topic. And the president has emphasized this topic when he opened this week. This will be about the counteracting disinformation and counteracting propaganda, and we are going to discuss the International Center of Counteracting Disinformation. And at the end of this day, we are going to go back to the topic of creative industry, arts, and we are going to discuss how the tools of PR, communication, of promotion could help develop our creative industries. So this is the plan. This is the agenda of this very special day when we are going to carry out all the discussions. And I would like to go back to our panel discussion. We are going to discuss fashion industry topic, and I'm going to pass the floor to the moderator of this panel, and she's going to talk to the experts. You quite often notice that when the statements, important statements are made and discussing the problem issues, like in the previous discussion, starting from, submitting back the tickets and actually empty viewers' halls, we cannot discuss all the issues. But after the panel discussions, it is possible to discuss in more detail all these questions at the press briefings and press interviews. In a moment, we start the panel discussion.
Мода.
Fashion. What does it give to Ukraine and to the entire world? I would like to give the floor to the moderator of this panel discussion, Natalia Mikolska, the Deputy Minister of Economic Development and Trade, and the Trade Representative of Ukraine 2015-2018. Good morning. I'm happy to welcome everyone to this very interesting discussion. I would start with a joke. When the First Lady opens the panel, this panel should be absolutely cool because the First Lady actually warmed us up. And I would like to thank Madam Olena Zelenska for paying the attention to this discussion, and she publicly talked about why fashion is important for her. I'm Natalia Mikolska. I am a visionary, expert on strategic transformations. I was a trade representative of Ukraine. I believe into export, innovation, creative industry, corporate governance, gender equality, and economic empowerment of women. And here I am helping the minister, Alexander Tkachenko, make the development of creative industries a strategic priority for the state. Why we have to have special instruments and tools to promote these industries, in particular the fashion industry. Why love Ukrainian fashion? And starting from 2014, I am wearing and buying Ukrainian-produced garments, and I promote Ukrainian fashion in the world. And you can Google and you find out that I really wear and buy the Ukrainian-produced garments. What are we going to discuss today? We are going to discuss today several important aspects. In Ukraine, unfortunately, for the long period of time, the state and the fashion did not contact at all. We have very successful designers who participate in the New York Fashion Week, Paris, Milano, and we have our own Fashion Week. Not each country has a Fashion Week. It exists for a long period of time now. We sell a lot outside this country, and this industry in Ukraine is not digitalized. We do not have the data. We don't know how much this industry generates in terms of added value, how many people are employed. Madam Elena told us the number. This is the number of the light industry. But what happens in the fashion industry? We know that the fashion industry is a sector which employs a lot of people. And this is an intellectual industry. It's an industry which creates quite large value added in Ukraine. But we have an association. Well, people somehow think in Ukraine that fashion is not business. It's just like a toy. It's not the instrument of the cultural diplomacy. It's like a subsidized area. And all over the world, this sector is considered to be one which generates value added. And actually, it employs young people and women, generates a lot of tourists, and actually promotes the country internationally. So it was mentioned today that some photograms in the Instagram and of the world celebrities like Madonna and Bjorny, and who are wearing Ukrainian-designed clothes, promote Ukraine much more than the promotions of the CNN. And I'm very pleased to tell it about this stage. Yesterday, Alexander Tkachenko, I wonder, but maybe subconsciously at the press briefing, he said that he would like Ukraine in the foreign countries would be associated not with the corruption, but with the modern Ukrainian fashion. As for me, the message which we've got from the First Lady, well, we have to do a lot to eliminate corruption, but we have to do as much to develop the fashion industry and promote it all over the world. So now we are going to discuss the status of the development of the fashion in Ukraine, the successes of our Ukrainian designers internationally, and what does it mean for the state, and how the designers has interact with the state, and how the state has to interact with the designers. What do we need for development? We have a fantastic panel. Unfortunately, it's not gender balanced because this industry also employs men. We invited them. Ivan Frolov, whom we invited, appointed is defending his doctorate thesis. Yes, the people who work in this sector are doing some science, and I think it's fantastic. Other designers are on business trips, and that's great because it means that we are selling outside this country, or they take their holidays. And if they're taking holidays, it means that their business is on the growth. So we have a women's panel today. It's not gender balance, but it's fantastic nevertheless. And I would like to introduce our participants. Tatiana Abramova, the founder and CEO of the knitted brands Rito 91 Lab. She is the member of the Council of the Directors of the Association of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. I'm going in alphabetic order. Irina Danilevska, the head of the Expert Committee of Ukrainian Fashion Week and Ukrainian Fashion Council, and she is a co-organizer and the chairwoman of the Organizing Committee of Ukrainian Fashion Week, and she initiated the very important organization committee for Ukraine. I wonder, it's a very important project, International Young Designers Contact. Alina Ocheretyana, the executive and operational director of the Kachovka Group, and this group covers the segment of the market, fashion and footwear, leather products, and catering business. And she is known to us as with the brands Kacherovska Cafe and Kacherovska Atelier. Welcome. And Lilia Litkovska, the founder and designer of the brand Litkovskaya, and the shows of Litkovskaya starting from 2018 are part of the program of the Fashion Week in Paris. Her last demonstration was actually a celebration of the Ukrainian creative industries. It's a short movie with the Ukrainian music and with the sights of Kiev. This is the film which promotes our creative industries and Kiev as a tourist location and destination. And for me, it's fantastic. And her clothes are being sold all over the world. It's easier to say than to enumerate all the countries where her products are being sold. And we are going to hear from the international expert and the consultant in the fashion sector, Jen Sideri. She is called the queen of the digital haute couture, and that's not by chance. Jen started to work in digital couture, and she brought the high fashion in online, and she increased the profits of her company up to $100 million in 3 years' time, and then she founded her own agency. Jen Tur spent more than 1 month in Ukraine, and I had an opportunity to meet her, and she met fantastic Ukrainian designers, and I hope that Jen also visited Ukrainian Fashion Week, and I hope that this visit will bring good results, and more Ukrainian brands are going to be sold in Italy and all over the world. Jen, hi. And let's start. Let us start discussing 2 important issues: the status of development of the industry and the importance thereof for the state, and what the success of Ukrainian designers mean in the international plane. I would like Irina to open this discussion today. Thank you. I will be pleased to do that. I would like to welcome everyone, and I would like to thank our First Lady for an excellent speech, after which I have less work to do, and that was great. And I would like to thank Mr. Minister Alexander Tkachenko, because personally me and the head of the Committee of Ukrainian Fashion Week and the head of the NGO Ukrainian Fashion Council, I felt within the last 12 months the support of the state much more than we had it during my previous 23 years of work. Thank you, Mr. Minister. And I will try to, in a nutshell, tell you that digitalizing industry is a very important thing and it is necessary to do it. And I absolutely agree with Natalia that only this approach will give an opportunity to objectively understand what happens in the industry and where we should move ahead. And 2 years ago, jointly with the British Council Ukraine, we were carrying out a survey which gave us an opportunity to understand that designer brands in Ukraine are considered to be from 400 to 500 brands. In reality, this is a huge audience, and that's sufficient strong player in the Ukrainian market, both from the economic point of view and from the political point of view as well. And I would like to remind you of the following, and I would like to agree to Olena that each brand, the designer's brand, is backed up by people, sometimes 10, sometimes 100 staff in the company who are getting the salaries and who get nice workplaces, which is very important, especially in the country where the female audience is larger than the male audience. According to the statistics, we have more women than men. And it is so important to create nice, beautiful workplaces, especially for women. And this is very important, and this is a very responsible attitude in the fashion industry. And we have to tell what's going on now, what's happening now, so that we can think together how we should move forward. Ukraine Fashion Week is a very beautiful page in the development of the fashion history of Ukraine. Ukrainian Fashion Week exists from 1997. In 1997, when we founded the Fashion Week in Ukraine, we were the first in the region of the Central and Eastern Europe, and we were the first to do it in the post-Soviet space. It is very difficult not to be the first, but actually to maintain leadership positions during 23 years. So far, we cope with this task. We used to cope so far, and I will tell you why. But I would like to tell you immediately, such an important alarm. Now, thanks to the state support and state programs in such countries as Hungary, Georgia, Turkey, I feel that competition is growing to be considered a leader in this region, and I would not like us to lose leadership positions in this sector. And under the situation of pandemic, I'm not going to talk about economic impact. I wrote a lot about it, and I talked about it a lot. And I would like to tell you that we find the options when we can continue to be a proactive player and a good tool for promotion of the designers. We carried out the last Fashion Week, and Jen attended it, and I was happy to see her. We did it online, and the designers of Ukraine actually were participating in the event, from which was watched by 400,000 people from 22 countries of the world. These were the viewers not only from Ukraine, but Japan, US, Canada, China, and definitely European countries as well. And we are proud of the fact that to formalize our leadership, well, we can say that we are leaders. We can collect the clippings from the newspapers as our mothers did. But leadership has to be confirmed all the time. And this is a very difficult mission. We understand it is difficult, and it's a responsibility. We understand. And we are working to be responsible. Apart from the Ukrainian Fashion Week, we have implemented 2 projects, International Design Contest, you've mentioned it, when young designers from the Central Eastern Europe come to Ukraine And in the year of pandemic, in 2020, we received that our competition, not physical, not face-to-face, but online, this was a strong competition. We accepted the young designers from 12 European countries. And the second project which we have implemented, because it's very relevant and it's a very good tool, which overcomes the borders and which is very relevant today. We have created Fashion Film Festival Kyiv, and thanks to it, we are promoting Ukrainian fashion in the world.
What is 23 years for Ukrainian designers? That meant 48 times we organized it. No crisis, no political situation led to the fact that we would suspend. We never said, let's miss this time and we'll do it next time. And that gives the designers the understanding that they're needed, that they have the future. And one more second. Okay, 1 second. Natalia, I said today, this is the best moderation in the whole history of my public presentations. I received the plan of what I can say or have to say, what I shouldn't say. There's no censorship. You can say anything. Now, about our plans. After all I've told you, it would be logical to name as the first one economic support. But our international factor is important. We have to support and we will support Ukrainian designers in their development in the world. That's a good story for all fashion markets. However huge the market is, the market of the US, the market of China, the countries develop their designers' brands outside, because that means export, money, taxes, and that's politics. That is international influence on what people think about your country. Undoubtedly will improve the expert knowledge of Ukrainian designers in the direction of sustainability, of conscious consumption, and we've made it our third summit. The first step, one panel was just in English, because we want to be leaders. Even now, in Central Europe, we are on the second position after Polina. We can compare ourselves to our colleagues who have been working for a long time. And the third thing is very important. If you have no fresh blood, you will have no industry. If the industry does not produce young designers, you will have no industry. And we have absolutely a unique program of the support of young designers. That's unique for Ukraine. We'll be doing it. Thank you. I believe we needed to hear the review of what's happening here. I'd like to give the floor to Alina Cheretyana. Most know her as Alina Kacharovska. She was even registered as Alina Kacharovska. That talks about the power of the brand. Alina, I would like you to talk more about internal market, about your family business in fashion and in retail, because you have a family business. And about one more interesting thing, I call Alina the queen of collaboration, because she made so many collaborations with other designers, and the way she promotes the value of intellectual property and designers' work. That is something new for our market. Greetings to everyone. This is an honor to be invited at the age of 32 to such a cool panel. I believe I will take not more than 5 minutes. I know how to do that. I will start from two questions. What can fashion give to the country? What can Ukrainian fashion give to our country and to the world? And the answer is simple. We can overcome this complex that we are lower than anyone else. And I am sure that each one of you has this feeling which was imposed by our stereotypes, by the past. Why do we have to do that? Because the T-shirt, everything you wear is a fashion. That's what you face every day. And the second thing is to improve aesthetics in the country. Basically, the moderator was saying that fashion, it's the first time that it's present at such a forum, and we look pink, and no one pays attention to us, and it looks fine, and we are girls, we do something, but basically the market in Ukraine, the fashion, it's $5 billion. That is what Olena Zelenska, the First Lady, mentioned, $5 billion. And let us compete. That's what I want to say. And this is not the limit, $5 billion, like in 2020, and that was a year difficult for fashion and retail, but I saw plenty of opportunities there, and I decided we are ready. We created the first fashion holding in Ukraine. That was easy. I don't know a single fashion holding on the territory of the CIS, and most probably will become leaders. I'm convinced in that, because that's a powerful team. What strengths we have? We need to look at what we can compete with. I focus my attention on the local market. We promoted by promotion campaigns, by collaborations. I am Ukrainian. I am a woman multiplied by 2. If you haven't seen it, have a look, because all Ukrainian women, it's like one leg is here, one leg is there. I am at the same time on high heels and in sneakers. We should compete where we can compete. I visited more than 100 factories in Italy and about 20 in Turkey. I was at manufacturing sites when I was 24, and for the first time I came to a factory that manufactures the luxury footwear. I thought I will go there. There will be something like they manufacture a missile that will be launched to Mars. But I went there, it's just a plant, just like in Ukraine. The equipment is the same. People are as good as we have. And gradually I realized how to overcome my problems. And in my segment in footwear, who's the leader? Italy. And in 4 years I overcame this complex. The more factories I visited, the more I understood. It's the same way in our country. Marketing popularized all these brands, and that is really what was happening. But we can compete in technologies and production and manufacturing. We are competitive, absolutely competitive. Dozens of our Italian partners visited our production sites, and they said, "Bellissimo, that's great." They are looking at us just like at partners. And I talked to my Italian colleagues in November, "How are you?" And they said, "We're in depression." "And what about you?" I said, "Everything's fine there in our country." But that's our competitive advantage. We are anti-fragile. We're used to everything. Pandemic, the year 2020, okay, we're used to such things. Okay, that's pandemic, but there, I believe this 2020 and the crisis is our, I don't know, it's our chance, it's the opportunity for us, because they were not ready and we were, because we live in the times of crisis all the time. And collaboration. Why are you doing that? What does it give you? What's the power of collaboration? It's in aesthetics, and in the fact that you, how to put it, we, for example, had collaboration with Ukrainian designer Katya Silchenko. Then the recent one was with Tina Karel, our performer. We worked for 7 months. These were plenty of probations, tests, and then we received the real result. And we got the audience, like 10 million people who heard, who saw. So you are putting it together. You are putting together the power of 2 brands. And that's about the value added, as you said. We do have our price segment, but in collaboration, you can increase it thanks to intellectual work, because 7 months were the months of intellectual work, and that's promotion. And then you understand the girls who bought dozens of pairs of shoes from this collaboration with Tina Karel. Maybe otherwise they wouldn't buy it, but now when they bought it, they have the feeling, wow, it's cool. When I put on Lila's gowns, I can tell you how powerful all these things are. I don't know, what can you compare that with the bread, the milk, and the clothes? The footwear, that's what fills you in. And then we were in Italy, and I went to the street Monte Napoleone, where all luxury brands are. And I looked at these brands, and I realized that no one is better than Katya Silchenko and Lila Litkovska for me, because everything turned into a large scale of marketing and everything. And here we have something, we have the soul in it. I don't know how to put it. That's what we have, and that's our competitive advantage. Alina, I believe the collaboration is breaking the stereotype that we cannot get united, but we can, and we can create something together. The future is in collaboration. That's fantastic for me. And besides Alina being the queen of collaboration, she's the queen of product placement. Look at her purse. It's not just accidentally there next to her. Now I would like to give the floor to Tanya Abramova. Tatiana, I call her Tanya Abramova. Tanya, for me, is what I call queens, but she's the queen of knitting in Ukraine. And I believe that she's very cool, and I can tell you my story. My mother is the engineer of light industry and knitting, and in the childhood I fell in love with knitting. And when my mother went to the store together with me and then was looking at different things, and she said, we buy it, we buy for me and for you. And then I realized we can talk not just about how you look, but what's interesting for me. Tanya has 2 brands. One brand is what I called of the higher segment, and another one in the medium price segment. And Tanya has the production facilities. And this has been in existence for a long time. It's not just the brand that we are talking about, it's the fashion brand together with production facilities. I want to hear about production and why you believe that export is important. I know that you have a long way, but you don't step aside of it, and you are going towards exporting. You look at everything via your prism. When we are talking about production and the importance of export, we understand it because that's part of our life. Our brand is 30 years old. We are practically, we're born the same year as Ukraine, independent Ukraine. We started from the scratch. It's a long story. sorry. It wasn't like a Ukrainian dream. I'm sorry. I believe that's fantastic for the Day of Independence of Ukraine to organize the promotion campaign of the brand, which is 30 years old, which is quite actively and dynamically developing, and the brand that has so much in the future. We built the factory with all the modern equipment, and the knitting production is the most complicated from the point of view of technology. We have the chain of our shops, and we have the experience in export. We had our stores in Vilnius in Lithuania, the country which was considered to be the country of the Baltic state knitting. And people were asking, why are you going there? But sometimes we don't understand where we go. We listen to different fears, and we stop, and we do not make a step forward to our dream. And we were one of the first ones when the free trade zone was opened in Europe. Thank you to the government, to the party, that we managed to, when the gate was open, we were the first ones to go there. And we survived through all these horrors of the first months of getting the certificate and everything else. But probably the most pleasant thing was that from the questions with surprise, is that Ukraine? We came to the situation when thousands of Lithuanian clients started looking differently at Ukraine because of that vow. Well, you manufacture better than Lithuania, and you are not worse than France or Italy. And from the first expo, when we were in Copenhagen, we realized that we are not worse, but in many things we are better. Just support us, we'll be cooler. And today, because of pandemic, we had to close our store in Vilnius, and now many of people from Lithuania, they work with us online because they love our brand. It's easy to export today. This is no problem to export, but we need to understand what we do. Either we focus on outsourcing, and we understand, okay, that's what we can do for boss, for someone else. Let's make it for ourselves, because if we know the example of Turkey, when the light industry of Turkey became the driver of the development of economy, we associate France and Italy with fashion, because luxury brands are have the fourth position as the source of income for the countries. But with our brains, why cannot we move along the same direction? Because these examples, it's not thanks to, but for 30 years the state practically wasn't helping us. And in order for young companies, young businesses to go along creative way, because fashion is created locally, but it influences globally. This is the resource that we can use very efficiently. Not to repeat our experience when we, like Moses, were going for 30 years back and forth, but now everything can happen much faster, and that would be great for the image of the country. Then we'll talk about what do we need from the state. Now I would like to give the floor to Lila Litkovska. We're interested in your way to Paris Fashion Week. That's a fantastic experience. It's a fantastic thing for the promotion of the country. I'm interested in your work with the crafts, and Lila is quite modest. She doesn't talk about that too often, but Lila has this coat. I have similar to that, and it's made of the material made by Ukrainian craftsmen in the mountains. And she will tell more about that, and she will tell more about that. That's traditional example of how we combine traditional Ukrainian craft with haute couture. And that is really very important.
I'm really very proud to participate in such a forum, and thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for your inspiration you give us, and for bringing Ukrainian fashion internationally. And I'd like to tell you in a nutshell about Paris Fashion Week. Everything started in 2012 when we organized, the first commercial showroom in Paris, and a lot of friends started to attend us, and we made a lot of trends. In 2017, I was bold enough to find an identification. Alina told about it, and I started to believe in myself. And I think that in 2016, 2017, a lot of designers believed in Ukraine, and they believed themselves as Ukrainian, and they started to tell their own stories, the stories of Ukraine, and they started to tell the whole world about it. In 2017, I became bold enough, and I have just dropped an application to the Federation of Design and Fashion in Paris, just in case. And the commission includes 30 people, and only 3 designers are usually present at the international sites of the fashion weeks in New York, and the brands are present in Paris. It is next to impossible to get there, because 30 experts who represent the old schools, and they work in Dior and Vuitton, and the journalists and the chief editors and the designers, renowned designers, participate in this selection. So in 2017, we came and started to tell our story within the framework of the Paris Fashion Week. And there were a lot of interesting events there. But I will focus on the following. I decided in 2018 to develop a Ukrainian collection, and there was a line which we call now sustainable line, and this line is present in 15 countries of the world. So our Ukrainian carpet is being sold in 15 countries, and there is a passport with a history in which village, by which artist it has been created, how much manual work has been invested there. There is also a story about the loom, which is centuries old, and everything is made by hand, and so on and so forth. So in 2018, I wanted to tell about modern Ukraine in the Association of Ukrainians in France, and I visited ambassador 3 times, and he allowed us to arrange this event in the embassy of Ukraine in Paris. And it was a large event, and there were 500 people who would come and visit, and we actually made 3 presentations. And if we look at this collection in detail, well, one cannot immediately see that it's of Ukrainian origin, but everything is coded there. And this was the strongest international site where one can tell about the brand and about the country and about the events which take place in the country. And this is what fashion is about. And this Ukrainian suit was photographed in the bazaars, in all the fashion magazines, and in 12 months from then, at the Paris Fashion Week, we told the story of the sustainable line, and we also made a video of the artists, of the craftsmen, of the artisans, and we showed the huge energy of the Carpathian Mountains. We talked about Ukraine. We used our 7 minutes on air to demonstrate Ukraine to the whole world, and we were talking about ourselves, about this country, about you and I, you and me. And the recent presentation which took place and it was a film and about Kiev. And I am talking all the time about Paris and Kiev. I'm bringing a small Paris story to Kiev, and to Paris I bring the story of Kiev. And the Paris Fashion Week was completed, and we participated in the presentation on the third day. Sarah Mina, who is heading, she is a great person in history, and she considered the highlight of the third day of the Paris week, highlighted the brand of Litkovskaya and told about it to the whole world. And she said, you have to pay attention to this brand because they are special, and they are in a very special way presenting the country and the brand. Because I always, in my collections, are trying to tell about the Ukrainian potential. I invite Ukrainian artists, composers, and this time I invited Igor Sendrovsky. He works since 1995, and I collected the recordings of him and sent to the international press to tell that music is beautiful in Ukraine. But I would like to tell you that fashion is a tool with the help of which we can tell about our potential internationally. And one can talk about sort of esoteric approaches, but we have a cluster, a layer of strata of very creative potential, which can become the basis for the development of this country brand in the world. And I would like to attract your attention to the educational program and everything which takes place in this area. This question we are going to discuss in the second part of our panel. I would like to stop you here. And thank you very much. It was extremely interesting, but I would like to hear the opinion of other people ourselves. We are talking about ourselves. The presentation of Apple and the presentation of the new products of Apple, including the iPhone 12, there were the garments by Litkovskaya, and everybody was talking about it. And we were talking about Ukraine. We were telling where this designer is from. And I don't know how my dresses get there, but maybe they are actually interested in analyzing all the components of our brand, and to tell that their camera is absolutely cool, it's great, and it really can make a video of not only the garments but all the ideas behind it. And now I would like to give the floor to Jen so that she shares her own view on what's happening in Ukraine and what she thinks about Ukrainian designers and what can we bring to the world, taking into account her experience.
So, everyone,
Ви можете
unfortunately,
скористатися навушниками.
I couldn't be there with you today. But I want to thank Talia, of course, for having me. It's really an honor to be with everyone panel. I probably use myself in.
Колеги, якісь проблеми
I've
зі
spent 2
зв'язком.
decades in.
Чи можемо ми попробувати продовжити панель?
There are problems with the connection, Jen. Maybe it will be possible to connect you a little bit later because we have problems with the connection. We will continue our panel discussion and then we will connect her a little bit later. So, Jen, we definitely would like to hear from you. It's very important for us to listen to the objective view of an outsider. We are moving to the end of this panel. We are a little bit behind the schedule. So our next task is to discuss the issues, the problems, what needs to be done, and what the state can do for us. So I would like to ask you now to tell us about 3-5 items which will help you to resolve the issues you're facing, and what are your expectations of the support of the state? We understand that we have the First Lady with us, and maybe we can talk to her as well. And it's very seldom when the speakers of such level stay through the panel and listen to all the issues. So use her presence. And maybe I will start from Irina Danilevska and the issues and the problems and what needs to be done. But please tell us in a nutshell so that we will leave some time to listen to Jen. Definitely.
Ми трошки перескочили. Окей. Якщо зовсім бути зовсім лаконічними, що нам потрібно, що потрібно
would like to tell you in a nutshell of what Ukrainian fashion industry needs to continue developing. So I think that these should be the following items. One of the problems and issues we are facing is a simple one. We have to be better known, more visible. We have to work on increasing our visibility so that the world knows more about the fashion industry. Each brand does it on its own, but we know that there exist a lot of success stories on the level of the national level when the industries are being presented by the state, at the state level, at the national level, preparing the platforms for the presentation of these sectors. And we are ready to unite, to move together within the framework of the strategy of the development of the country. We are prepared to be the component of this PR strategy, and we are ready to tell about Ukraine through our segment. We are ready to talk about Ukraine very persuasively, in a very nice manner, bright manner, beautiful manner, and we can be understandable. Fashion is the tool of the cultural diplomacy, and we do not exaggerate it. We do not exaggerate it. We really believe it, because fashion is emotional. It's understandable without any interpretation, without any interpreters. Everybody sees what's on the podium, and people respond very lively and nicely to a high-quality, interesting, emotional product which they buy. They cannot always buy a painting, and they are not willing to buy a painting by the Ukrainian artist or watch the Ukrainian film. But when an individual buys a coat, and then, well, he or she sees that it's made in Ukraine. So this tells one a lot about the country without any additional information. Ukrainian fashion industry is very profitable to support because we have long traditions, ancient traditions. Ukrainian soccer, and Ukrainian national soccer team, and a Ukrainian curling team. When there is a school and traditions of the Ukrainian soccer, that's much easier to promote. The money, the attention, the efforts which are being invested give very quick seedlings. Ukraine traditionally was a center of light industry, even during the Soviet times. And it's easier to start for Ukrainian designers to work, and the institutions are easier to develop, like Ukrainian Fashion Week. We support this tradition. We develop this tradition. And I was talking about our leadership in the region.
Young designers, this is one more important thing. The future of any country is with the youth. It sounds banal, but it's really a very important issue. Our young, creative people, people who know how to do things, we can stay without generations if we if people do not know that they're needed in this country. For us, it's important to do something for young people to stay. Irina, thank you. I would like us to, well, organizers say that the time is almost over. I want to have 55 minutes like it was planned. We started later. Even the First Lady started later, and we we'll try to do that. Everything is formalized in our country. We have institutions that we can trust and that are waiting for the support and for funding. Tanya? 3 sentences. Any process is always perceived internally and externally. Internally, without economy, we will not develop. We understand fashion industry is micro and macro business. We need to create some greenhouse conditions for that to develop. That means raw materials, equipment, and staff. These are 3 main factors. We do not talk about creative ideas and things like that. But without these 3 factors, we will not move anywhere. Raw materials, when we say that we have to pay 20% of GDP, of VAT, sorry for that, then it will be difficult for us. We understand that the second hand, and we understand what they bring under the title of second hand. So these should be conditions created for the industry. Then equipment. If we analyze how many companies are enjoying some privileges, basically we need to buy some huge equipment which cost $50,000. Then staff, that means popularizing the working professions. I love designers. We have great designers, but without technicians we will not process. We have a master chef program. We popularize cooking, and then we have the program on fashion, and everyone now is a model, but we need to enhance the prestige of vocational schools, because we have the situations when the director of the vocational school is trying to support some working professions. Thank you. Alina, yes, 3. Very briefly. First, I would be happy as the citizens of the country if we have such a position in the company, like in the company, brand manager and PR manager of the country. We are focused on the domestic market, and we need to do that for the external market. If we have the press manager of the press secretary of the country who will tell how great it is in the country, and when we read some foreign media, and then the value goes up, and the better local producer is perceived. If someone talks about someone over there, then people start looking at this person here. The brand manager in the country, that is important. Olena, I can address you directly. So basically, we need to develop the strategy, PR strategy. Fashion industry is super cool for PR strategy of the country, because that is everyday work. And I support Tanya in the College of Light Industry, and popularizing, promoting the profession. We have the whole network of schools. I was in Zhytomyr College of Light Industry. When you go there, you want to cry. Looking at children who go there, you have an impression that they had no nowhere to go to study, and that's like the last resort. Like there's nothing worse in your life, and those who work in our factory, they are proud that they work in our factory in Žytomyr. And we have the very good programs. There's a program which is for 6-12 months. It's innovation program. Yes, they will have to re-equip the colleges of light industry, but that doesn't mean a lot of space. I saw a modern school in Italy. It's 200 square meters. That is the subject for our next discussion. I also want Lila to say a couple of things. What do we need to have more successful designers in Paris Fashion Week, in New York, Milan Fashion Week, so that they are sold? Okay, I'll talk about two criteria, external and educational program. That's what we need. That means human resources. External, it's not just for me, but that's for young brands, those who start, those which are recognized. We need to support these channels because the films about Carpathian Mountains, about Princess Olga, but if we do that together with the state, we can tell even more. I'm sorry. And then one more thing, 1 second from you, and then Jane, and the educational program I organized the round table with the private schools. These were about 15 persons. We discussed the problems, and we were saying that the public schools, state schools, these are the methods of the 80s. We are obsolete now. Yes, education is important, and of course the designers, the technical specialists, they are older and older now. Jen, and I would like to ask Jen. Jen,
the floor is yours. You have like 3 to 4 minutes to say why you believe that Ukrainian fashion is competitive in the world and what it could bring to the world now.
Okay, perfect. Hopefully you can hear me this time. Thanks again, Natalia, for having me. It's really quite amazing to be on this panel. Just to give you a little history about how I even was introduced to Ukrainian fashion. I mean, I've worked in the industry, in the fashion industry for 2 decades. I actually ran the luxury website for Zappos and was the president of Vision Westwood America. And honestly, I did not even know that there were such incredible designers here in Ukraine. It's actually incredible. I was invited to Ukraine by a really close friend of mine, Dominique Piotet. He's the CEO of Unit City. And I was lucky enough, of course, to get introduced to Natalia. And she, of course, introduced me to all of this incredible Ukrainian fashion. I mean, I have to say, the Ukrainian fashion is so incredible. The sustainability aspect that your designers get behind every single day. And then all the incredible special things. I actually had to buy another suitcase after spending 2 months in your country because I bought so much fashion from you. And I just think it's such a well-kept secret in the industry that somebody really needs to come in and introduce this Ukrainian fashion to the world. There's a huge opportunity to bring this fashion to the US, to Canada, to Europe, and to a lot of places just that have not seen it and just don't know exactly the innovation that you're having here in Ukraine.
We have 30 seconds left, Jen.
Okay, so that is what hopefully I plan to do after meeting some of your incredible designers.
Дякую, Джен. Я думаю, що Джен підтвердила все те, що ми говорили, і в контексті нашої розмови.
I think that Jen confirmed everything we were talking about. And actually, we have to increase our self-esteem. And for that, we need some appreciation from outside this country so that we understand that we are great, we are cool, and we can bring a lot of positive things to the world. And that's important. I would like to thank very much the participants of this panel. We have not completed the discussion of all the issues, but we are going to continue discussing it at the press briefing. And I would like to thank the First Lady, Madam Elena Zelenska, for visiting us. And she has been engaged into this process. And I would like to thank the Minister of Culture, Mr. Alexander Tkachenko, for talking about fashion and promotes it. And it is one of the priorities of the Ukrainian state. And I would like to thank Ukrainian designers and Ukrainian light industry and everybody who is working in this industry for promoting the brand of Ukraine daily in Ukraine and all over the world. Thank you.
Ми дякуємо учасницям цієї панельної дискусії, надзвичайно жвавої і цікавої, яка присвячена моді, фешн-індустрії. Ну це все можна також, якщо не говорити про індустрію, то ще назвати мистецтво візуальне. Ми далі поговоримо про візуальне мистецтво. Олена Штепура, молода українська художниця, поруч зі мною. І роботи, які ви бачите, і попросимо нашого оператора показати, це те, що ви створили під час карантину. Це якісь ситуації, які вас надихнули, так?
Так, саме так. Це моменти, які нахлинули на нас усіх. Я якось переосмислила, побачила під іншим кутом. І, мабуть, це особисто моя історія, але вона стосується кожного, тому що ми всі потрапили в цей новий дивний світ з новими правилами, які нам доводиться прийняти і жити далі.
А для вас особисто, як для художниці, локдаун, коли треба сидіти в 4 стінах і інколи так в ряди годи виходити там в парк, в магазин, і от я бачу, що десь на касу і так далі. От як ви це переживали? І особисто, і для вашої творчості? Чи навпаки це ніяких разючих змін не було?
Ну, воно по-різному повпливало, адже, по-перше, це ніби дало мені змогу більше бути в майстерні і працювати якраз в даному випадку над цим живописом, але з іншого боку були і не дуже комфортні моменти. Ну, не працювали ж магазини, художні матеріали, немає якось, дискомфорт, постійний дискомфорт. Якось були специфічні моменти, так.
Коли вже більш-менш послаблюється карантин і ви маєте змогу вже спілкуватися із відвідувачами, із пошановувачами, ті, хто цікавиться мистецтвом, чи відчуваєте якесь полегшення, чи навпаки трепет? Тому що, просиділи на карантині і не спілкувалися.
Так, звісно, це була вже така потреба. Я особисто можу сказати, що я потребую глядача. Мені недостатньо працювати в майстерні тільки заради себе. Я хочу, щоб в мене була комунікація з іншими митцями, з іншими глядачами, щоб я отримувала фідбек від глядача, будь-якого глядача. Це моя особиста. Тому, коли почали відбуватися такі заходи, відкриття виставок, це якісь такі, нарешті можна комунікувати з світом.
А із тих картин, які зараз тут представлені, я нагадаю, що це експозона поруч із основною залою, де відбуваються панельні дискусії. А от зовсім скоро у нас буде дискусія на дуже важливу тему – це створення Центру протидії дезінформації. Це те, з чим вся Європа і світ бореться, а Україна найбільше страждає. От ми про це будемо говорити. Але перед тим, як ми повернемося, що вас найбільше, про яку роботу ви хотіли б трохи більше розповісти? Яка найбільш близька для вас?
В принципі, це все були дуже епізодичні моменти, скажімо так, тому що в мене була концепція в тому, що я кожен момент, по-перше, робила дуже швидко, тому що це ніби як швидка фотографія моєї побачили і вже йдемо знову далі. Тому я не можу якось виділити таку...
Просто мить якась,
Так,
я
так.
розумію.
Ну, тобто, миття рук це стало моментом важливим на сьогодні. Настільки ми...
Ритуалом таким.
Так. З'явився новий момент, от саме тут, наприклад, кавування з подругами, це вже було постійне по телефону.
Дякую вам. А ми зараз переходимо до прес-зали, де якраз учасниці попередньої дискусійної панелі спілкуються із медіа.
In a minute, we will start a very important panel. The previous press conference is being finished. In the press room, the next topic will be very interesting. It's very important. And we can tell you about how the forum is going on. Many speakers become newsmakers, and I believe the same will happen at this discussion, panel discussion.
Це Всеукраїнський форум Україна
This
30,
is
і ми
National
повертаємося
Forum
до
Ukraine
основної
30,
зали.
and we
І
are
далі
back to
важлива
the
тема
main
боротьба із
hall,
пропагандою
and
і
we'll be now
Міжнародний
talking
центр
about
протидії
counteracting
дезінформації. Я передаю
propaganda
мікрофон
and
модераторці
disinformation.
цього обговорення,
The
Любові
moderator
Цибульській, експертці із
is
протидії дезінформації.
Любов Цибульська. I am happy to welcome you all, the guests and the speakers and our viewers. Today we'll be talking about disinformation and combating it. And within the last 7 years, I was always mentioning it mostly when talking to NGOs. But we came to the conclusion that the civil society can be involved into fact-checking, very professional fact-checking, but just keep in mind how Russia has started recently fighting with Ukrainian fact-checking organization Stop Fake. But we noticed that without the state we cannot do it, because the role of the state is the key role. And today we'll be talking about how can the state counteract disinformation. We have many representatives of the state, and I will introduce them. That is Andriy Yermak, the head of the office of the President of Ukraine, Joel Leon, the ambassador of Israel in Ukraine, will join us online. Alexander Lishansky, the deputy head of the Executive Committee of the National Council of Reforms, Alexander Tkachenko, the Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, Igor Zhovkva, the deputy head of the office of the President of Ukraine, and Alexander Litvinenko, director of the National Institute of Strategy Studies. The gender balance is somewhat violated here. We'll start from you, Alexander. During the recent months, we see that the President pays a lot of attention, as well as you pay a lot of attention to this topic. What is that related to, Mr. Yermak, and what are the plans of the President as to counteracting disinformation? Good afternoon, the government, the representatives of the National Council of Defense and Security, dear ambassadors, dear representatives of mass media. I believe I will not disclose any secret that the information security is very important for importance and independence of is important for the independence of any country of the world. You are right that in the modern world the hybrid warfare develops very quickly, and today I would give you an example of how the countries of the world are fighting propaganda which discredits such important thing as vaccination. According to American government and international experts, there's a huge campaign of disinformation which is directed towards creating mistrust to vaccines of such famous companies as Moderna and Pfizer. The government of Israel, and I'm happy that the ambassador of Israel joins us, and I hope he will also provide comments, but they paid attention to the fact that the slowing down of the rates of vaccination was related to mass propaganda in the internet. In the result, the Ministry of Public Health of Industry opened the special center to monitor fake news about vaccines in the internet. As to our country, in the information warfare against Ukraine, the battalions of internet trolls are using and also what affects the person is something that affects also the brain and the heart. And as Karl von Clausewitz said, the objective of any warfare is to impose your will on the enemy. You can just ruin the rival from the inside and dictate necessary decisions to the rival, to the enemy. I agree that this is absolutely clear what is the goal of the propagandists that operate against our country. This is to destabilize the situation in the country and try to disunite us with our allies. The whole world has been seeing it in the last years, how unsuccessful the attempts of Russian Federation are, which are directed towards worsening the relations of Ukraine with the US, and the US is one of our major strategic partners. The emotions are being manipulated, the fake assessments are disseminated.
Вкрай і життєво потрібно
It is
давати
very
відсіч,
important
дуже ефективну
to
відсіч і виводити ці брудні технології на
take
чисту воду.
these
Якщо
dirty
ви хочете
technologies
здивуватись
and
винахідливості
combat
цих
against them. If you
інтернет-воїнів,
want
то я
to
думаю, що це дуже
look at
легко
these,
зробити,
if you want to see how effective these
топ-фейкові
disinformation
новини
warfare
російських
are,
пропагандистів.
it's easy to do
І я
that. You
думаю, ви
can
там
just
знайдете
Google, go to Google and
дуже
see what are the top news
такі
of
речі, які
Russian
навіть
propaganda.
в
You will
самих
see some things
сміливих фантазіях важко собі уявити.
which is
Так,
impossible to
наприклад,
imagine.
останнім
Like
часом
example,
з'являлися
there was
смішні, але
funny,
знаєте, як
but
говориться, не було
basically
б так смішно, як грустно, що там
more
голодні
sad than
українці
funny
відбирають хліб у
that
голубів.
they are saying that hungry Ukrainians take bread away from pigeons. According to Russian propaganda, the citizens of Ukraine are not interested in visa-free regime. Vaccination is harmful if it's not made by Russian vaccine.
Немає
And
практично часу для
there's
того, щоб
practically
взагалі
no
дивитися
time
телевізор,
to watch
але
TV,
коли
but
хтось присилає,
if
чи там
someone
дають
sends
довідки, і
some information from
знаєте,
TV,
навіть сьогодні тобі здається, що
today
нічого тебе не
you
може
believe that
здивувати, але коли
nothing
ти
can
дивишся
surprise you, but when
новини
you
російських
watch
каналів,
Russian
ну
news
таке
from Russian TV
складається
channels,
враження, що
you have an
їх
impression
турбує тільки,
that
що
they are
відбувається в
concerned
Україні,
only with
і
what is
маніпуляція
happening
вже
in
досягла
Ukraine,
такого
and
рівня, що
manipulation
я не
has
знаю,
achieved
куди
such
вже
a
далі
level
можна щось
that I
вигадувати.
don't know how can we invent
Проблема
anything more.
протидії
The
дезінформації, вона
problem of
вимагає
counteraction,
сьогодні
the
скоординованої
counteracting
діяльності
disinformation requires
усіх
coordinated
державних
efforts
установ, і
of all
парламенту, і уряду, і
the
громадянського суспільства, і залучення не тільки
branches of
ресурсів
power, the
нашої
parliament,
держави,
the
а
civil
наших міжнародних
society, the
партнерів.
government, with the
І
participation
сьогодні
of our
всі
international
вони
partners.
зацікавлені в
And all
тому,
of them
щоб
are interested
підтримувався мир
in
і
supporting
стабільність в
peace
глобальному
and
масштабі.
stability globally.
І сьогодні, безумовно, ми
And
знаємо,
today
що
we
країни,
know that
насамперед
the
країни
countries
НАТО, вони мають
of NATO,
дійсно дуже гарний досвід
they
в
have a very
цьому.
good experience in
Але
that. But
я думаю, що ви погодитесь, що
you will
ніхто
agree that
за останні
no
роки
one in the
не
recent
був
years
об'єктом столь
hasn't
масштабної
been the
дезінформації, яка
object
відбувається
of
сьогодні в
such
Україні.
large-scale
Тому я думаю,
disinformation
що
as
не
Ukraine.
випадково
That
президент
is why I
Зеленський
believe that
ще
the
влітку
President
минулого року
Zelensky, back in summer of last
виступив
year,
з ініціативою створення
came up with the
міжнародного в
initiative
Україні
of
міжнародного
creating in
центру
Ukraine the
протидії
International
дезінформації.
Center of Counteracting
І на
Disinformation.
виконання цієї
And,
вимоги і доручення президента найближчим часом, найближчі дні, я би сказав, розпочне свою роботу такий міжнародний центр, який буде створений на базі Ради національної безпеки і оборони. Цей орган не є і не буде політичним. Президент буде здійснювати необхідний контроль та пильно слідкувати за діяльністю. Я впевнений, що вже наступного тижня такий центр розпочне свою роботу. Вже на сьогодні ми маємо підтвердження зацікавленість наших партнерів в участі в цьому центрі. І ви знаєте, коли будь-яка ініціатива, вона викликана сьогоднішніми подіями, і коли сьогодні нам дуже потрібно, щоб цей центр дуже швидко став потужним інструментом боротьби з дезінформацією, я думаю, що ми дуже скоро побачимо вже перші результати діяльності цього фонду. Я можу вам сказати від себе особисто, що як людина, яка представляє Україну в такому важливому міжнародному майданчику, як нормандський формат, то наша делегація, яка представляє Україну в
the Tower delegation and the delegation in the trilateral contact group in Minsk. We are interested in this center to start working and to provide support because the negotiations taking place there, they are also the object of manipulation and disinformation. And
декілька секунд після того, як закінчуються ці переговори, відбуваються вони чи особисто в Берліні, Парижі або як відеоконференція у зв'язку з COVID-19. Тому я хотів би, щоб сьогодні ця наша подія, я думаю, що мої колеги зараз теж додадуть інформацію зі свого боку, став такою відправною точкою заснування такого центру. І я думаю, що
its creation is very important, and I believe that during several weeks the future head of the center will tell in more detail about the activity of the center. Thank you, Andriy. In fact, I believe that many of those who analyzed Russian propaganda during these 7 years have been impressed by the interest of the state to that. I work in the group of the examining of hybrid threats of the Ukrainian crisis media center, and I can confirm that Russia targets Ukraine and directs its efforts towards disuniting Ukrainian society and disuniting Ukraine and its partners. We need to pay attention to so-called demoralizing the society. We are tired of the fighting. And my question is to our next speaker, the ambassador. Your country has a unique experience of fighting for independence, fighting also at the information front line. Please tell us how you cope with that, how is your society not tired of that, and what efforts are put by the state to achieve that?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be here with you today, even online. The first thing is that I will begin that it is for thousands of years that the Jewish people is also a target of disinformation. Over the centuries, always the Jews were the ones who were guilty for poisoning the wells or for killing Christian children to bake special bread. And we had to fight disinformation for millennia, so it's not new when we came back to our country that we have to continue to fight this disinformation. The first thing is people are not tired because they believe in the truth. And I think that the first thing is to have...
У нас проблеми зі зв'язком, ми б хотіли вам перетелефонувати. Чи можемо це зробити?
Mr. Ambassador, we have the problems with actually the sound quality. Is it possible to call you back? We are going to continue our discussion, but in a couple of minutes we will call you back to improve the communication. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Alexander Olshansky, who is going to tell us more about the Center for Counteracting Misinformation and the functional of the center. And we would like also to find out who is going to finance it. I would like to start speaking and divide my speech into two parts. I would like to talk about the disinformation which happens all over the world and how we got into the position we are in now and what's the history of this question. If we look at the history, we might see a number of very important numbers and dates which are defining the development of civilization. This is the price for, electricity and moving the information. Every time when, as a result of progress, these numbers and prices change, the world was facing the crisis. When the numbers related to the spreading of the information is concerned, usually the world was changing, and maybe the most bright example is, the development of printing. And after the printing press was developed, actually the cost of spreading the information decreased, and after that the Reformation happened in the church, and also the world was divided into the Reformed Church and the Catholic Church. And the next time, the history repeated itself at the beginning of the 20th century. All the totalitarian regimes at the beginning of the 20th century, Hitler, Mussolini, Japanese regime, were actually using the radio. And it was impossible to build the totalitarian regime and manage millions of people without any means to share the ideas between these people. Management of the people was made with the help of the information, and people were aware of it since ancient times. Actually, radio and development of the radio actually decreased the price of spreading the information by the factor of 10 or by the factor of 100. And next time, this happened when television was invented, but the leap was not that great as with the radio. And at present, we are facing the reality of the internet. Why internet? Because this is the next story, the next phase of history, when the cost of dissemination of information has decreased. Actually, it came down to zero. And we have to understand that when somewhere the cost is zero, then it means that infinity appears in the other place. What is zero? It means that any resident of the world at present can spread his or her own information to the unlimited number of people. People faced, and mankind faced, such a problem and that's such a story for the first time. And definitely it is going to be completed by crisis and redivision of the world. And this is an inevitable process. Every time this happens, the redivision of the world happens. At first, people are susceptible to the impact of the new technologies in spreading of information. The crisis takes place, and then the redivision of the world helps, and then people adapt themselves to new ecology, and then they restore their skills of critical thinking, and they start to evaluate the disseminated information from different points of view. Well, we would like to speed up this discussion. We would like to give the floor to everyone, and Mr. Ambassador is waiting for us. Let us talk about the center more. We have to understand where we are. At present, we are in the epicenter of the crisis which is developing, which is related to information. At the end of the day, we actually believe in certain things, and they act in accordance to their beliefs. If some people believe that there is no coronavirus, well, they will act respectively. And quite a lot of people in Ukraine a couple of months ago did not believe that coronavirus exists, and they thought that it was an invention of the cabinet of ministers. To fight disinformation, to counteract disinformation, we have to understand that it's not only the fakes, it's not only the disinformation. Quite often, these are more subtle things, like emphasizing, putting emphasis. My friends came from Egypt, and there are 8 Russian television channels, and all over the channels they broadcast the news about Ukraine. And in all the channels they say that President Zelensky is the Kremlin agent. How this information was concocted? To counteract these things, we need multi-level system, complex system. I understand that the decision was taken by the president to create some sort of a body which will which will start working on it. And I think it is a consensus decision because it was discussed since long ago. And the monitoring was carried out, the monitoring of the mass media, and actually the surveys have been prepared. How does it go into work? Under the National Defense Council, is going to create a body which will coordinate the actions of various branches of government. The Ministry of Culture, Alexander Tkachenko will tell us what the role of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy is going to be. Yes, the information policy, yeah. And the Institute of Strategic Studies and all the special services are going to be engaged into this process. Also, it will be necessary to create a unit for monitoring, and I know how it is done in the Russian Federation. So, to understand the numbers, so that you understand the numbers, I would like to tell you that to monitor Facebook in Ukraine, everybody sees his own sector of the Facebook. But how should we monitor Facebook at large? And it is necessary to monitor it from several points. So we need million accounts to monitor this the status of Facebook or Twitter. And these systems exist, and they are being financed by the states. And first of all, by the superpowers, and small states also do that. These systems exist, and we also will have to do it. And this is weaponry, as any other weapons in the world. The sovereignty of the country is defined not only by the availability of the nuclear weapons, but also by the systems of monitoring of disinformation, and also the means to counteract the information war. And do we understand what is going to be financed and who is going to finance it? The situation is the following. You know, how should we finance the security of the country? How can we finance the security of the country? Some part of the work is done by the special service. Some has to be done by Ministry of Defense. Some has to be done by the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, because now the war is being waged in the information sector. So it is going to be, it is going to be a multi-level system, which will include a lot of government authorities, and also we will have to maintain wide contacts with the community of journalists, mass media, with the NGOs. And it will be necessary to maintain contacts with the parliamentary committee. Everybody will have to make a contribution into this work, because it is impossible to create an institution, standalone institution, to counteract disinformation. We won't be able to do that. So the center should be a coordinator, and that will be its main function. And I would like to, first of all, agree to the necessity to cooperate with the civil society. We are going to discuss that. But let us go back to Mr. Ambassador. I would like to ask you to excuse us for this delay, but tell us about your experience, please.
Okay, I hope that you hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, so I began and I said that it is not only now that we are back in our countries that we are facing disinformation. For millennia, the Jewish people was facing the disinformation. We always had to fight the one who was saying that the Jews were the one poisoning the wells, or when the one using Christian blood in order to make the matzah for Passover.
Yes.
So we had to work all over the millennia in order to counter disinformation. We did it. We did it by one thing. We did it because we believed that we are doing the true thing. And by telling out that you are doing the true thing was enough at that time. You were telling the people, come in my house, look what I am doing. He was looking at it. He was pretty happy and saying, okay, everything is okay. Also, at the beginning of the State of Israel, and you asked how the people are coping with this till today, yes, in 1948, when the State of Israel was reestablished, we had to fight 42 Arab countries. We had to fight a lot of disinformation in the old way, in the old-fashioned way. But people were believing in the truth. They know that they don't have any choice. It is either we win this war or we have to swim in the Mediterranean Sea. And that was the, I will say, the belief, the internal belief of everyone and each one of the Israelis. And today, if you are looking, there is no Israeli who is not in the army, who was not in the army, who doesn't have any close relative in the army. Men and women, when they are 18, are serving the country. Yes, there are some exemption, etc., but the majority of the Israelis are serving the country at the age of 18 for 2 or 3 years minimum. So everyone is involved in this process of believing that it is our country and that is about the what we call the old fight. Thanks God, we are now signing all these peace agreements with the Arab countries. I hope that we will sign also with the Palestinians soon. You were talking about disinformation with the vaccinations. We know that Russia put a lot of efforts in order to have in Israel this disinformation campaign telling that vaccines are bad, and a lot of people believed it. So what have we done? First one was to ask the question, because to bring facts, people are not believing in facts today. I can say that Mr. Yermak had a wig today at this event. I can put it on Facebook and on Twitter, and everyone will believe it without checking the video of today's event. Sorry, Mr. Yermak. But that's the way. Today we are living in a like a fast food society where people are not checking the facts. So what should I do? Should I speak about the facts, about that the vaccine is good and don't worry about it, or should I do something else? What we did was something else. First of all, as you said before, monitoring and looking what are the fake news coming out, about what are they speaking. They are speaking about women who won't have children. They are speaking about the G5, whatever chips that they are putting you and things like that. So monitoring. Then you are defining who are the target groups. Most of this information was in Russian and in Arabic. So you have to find people who speak Russian and Arabic in order to act against, but again, not by facts. What we did was to bring, for example, celebrities from the Russian-speaking world in Israel and from the Arabic-speaking world, and they were saying, we are on TikTok and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and YouTube, where the people are, not on TV and in the newspaper. People are not there, forget it. People are in the social media. You have to be everywhere to bring, not the facts, because the joke is that what? You don't believe the institution, the democratic institution, but you believe a YouTube video without any credit, without knowing from where it comes. So I cannot say too much about it, but you understand what has to be done and how it has to be done. And yes, monitoring is very important. You said before, I don't know the name of the guest who spoke before me, but he spoke about to have the parliament and everyone involved. Not only. You have to have the private sector involved. You have to find people who knows how to build algorithms. And they will help you to build the algorithm in order to find out where are the problematic things, what is truth and what is non-truth. I always begin my lectures on propaganda by telling a story. I think that everyone knows Snow White. You know the story of Snow White. So yes. Snow White, she has an enemy. It's the queen. The bad queen is her enemy. Listen, if one day the bad queen was a journalist, she's going to a place where there was an accident. Let's say the Enchanted Forest. She asked one of the witnesses, which is one of the 7 dwarfs, was Snow White driving the car? The dwarf says, no, of course not. The day after, she put in a post in a Facebook, and she's well known. Accident in Enchanted Forest. Witness denies involvement of Snow White. Police investigate. Everything is true. But it is disinformation.
Absolutely.
So how do we counter it? Very hard, very hard. The only way is to bring the people to Snow White, to meet Snow White, to see how a kind lady she is, and then they will write the posts. So we are living in a world where it is very hard to put facts because nobody believes in facts anymore.
Дякую. Дякую. І,
Thank you.
бачите, порада.
Thank you very much. That's a great advice. It's a great advice. Get involved, engage all the groups of the population. And the Kremlin have created information troops under the umbrella of the armed forces of Russian Federation several years ago. And until recently, there was a belief that the most vulnerable group to the vulnerable group of population to Russian propaganda are aged people. But the latest research shows us that it's not true. All the groups are vulnerable. And the peculiarity of Russian propaganda is very adaptive, very flexible, and they can talk various languages and the languages of different groups. And the teenagers get their own dose of Russian propaganda in YouTube, and they use non-political sites. And my next question to Mr. Minister, taking into account this, variety of propaganda and disinformation, and taking into account what Mr. Ambassador said, that it's not necessarily a lie, it's not manipulation always. Sometimes it's truth, but it depends on when this truth was told, or there was a selected approach to telling this truth. So how your part of the center is going to operate? I know you have the presentation, and what's the role of the civil society? Let us recall the events of 2014. I was a journalist and I saw the green men, so to say, in the Crimea. Everything was understandable that. And by the way, the green man is a phrase which was imposed by the Russian propaganda, by the way. And it was quite understandable that these are Russian military men, servicemen, but they called them green men, and they were really green. And this meme started to be accepted by the society, and actually Russian propaganda actually branded them as heroes. And I was, I could not believe as a journalist that people believe it's the truth. But in counteracting the disinformation, NGOs were doing a lot, and they are working for a long time very proactively. And I'm happy that the state also cooperates with the NGOs at the high level, because as the president says, not only the bullets kill the people, but the words kill the people. We are going to create the Center of Strategical Communications and Information Security. We have a small budget in the ministry, and it will start working soon.
Клік має клікати, якщо він включений, звичайно. Щось от із технікою.
Є.
Отлично. Мета створення центру.
The goal of creating this center, this is to neutralize the impact and quick and proactive response, neutralization of the impact of manipulative information, disinformation, and also response to the key topics within the framework of which the fakes are being spread and propaganda is being spread. What are the main directions of the work of the center? These are identification, and it was absolutely correctly mentioned by the ambassador, response, counteraction, education, and special communication projects. And as Mr. Ambassador of Israel said, that it's not an easy job to do. So how we are going to actually identify the collection of information and monitoring, cooperation with the National Security Council and other government authorities, and evaluation of this information, which identifies the key topics which need a response, and monitoring results and analysis in the center, and then contact analysis of the Center of Strategic Communications and Information Security. Response. How we are going to respond to it? The key topics on which the disinformation is being spread are the cooperation of the Council for Defense and Security, the response to crises which happen all the time, and one voice policy of interaction with the government authorities in terms of spreading of the information. Counteraction. This is mapping the farms and to block them. Cooperation with the Facebook, which started this work with the NGO. Development of the amendments to the legislation of Ukraine as to sanctions for spreading the disinformation, and proactive response of the information which might be threatening the country. Education, it's a very important component. We learned how to wash our hands, but we do not know how to check the information. Spreading the materials about the spreading of the information, how it impacts the society, and improving the media literacy of the population, of all the strata of the population, which is very important. All age groups, starting from the babies until the senior people, and forming the critical thinking in the society, which is a component of media literacy, and interaction with the press services and the government authorities' press services. Communication projects are a very important component of this work. We would like to create a special online museum of Russian disinformation and manipulation. And we are going to demonstrate all their instruments there, and also to develop the projects, how this information work, and the spread of the materials, articles, and investigations. And we are going to arrange competitions to get this information. We started to cooperate with the NGOs, which you see on the screen, but we would like to continue our cooperation because, well, interacting with the civil society, we will be able, with our joint efforts, to achieve certain results. What are going to be the outcomes of the work of the center as their KPIs? The center responds on the messages which has this information in it, and also to provide the information to the state about the cases of disinformation, and the society will be informed about these materials which have been spread by the Russian Federation, which contain the disinformation. And I hope with the joint efforts, we will be able to overcome this enemy. And could you please tell us how we can reach this one voice policy under the conditions which have been created? Quite often, Ukrainian government authorities are not coordinating their efforts, and quite often they make very, different messages. The creation of the hub, international hub, which has to exist under the Council for Security and Defense. It has to coordinate the efforts of all the government authorities, and also we have to work on the positive Ukrainian state narratives, and it will help to develop the one voice policy. Igor, there is another question to you. Andriy mentioned that this is going to be an international center. Could you please tell us about this international component? What is the response of our Western partners? Because when we closed the Medvedchuk channels and sanctioned owners thereof, we've got a lot of encouraging evaluations. And actually, it tells us about the fact that the West understands the threat of the Russian disinformation and the Russian proactive activities. Will you please tell us what was the response of the Western partners and who is going to join this work?
Thank you. First of all, what we are talking about, disinformation, fake news, propaganda, that's the enemy that comes to us from side, and we were saying whatever the source of this information is, but this is what's ruining the country. And what is ruining our country also influences other countries negatively. The country doesn't try to create a new bicycle. We are just cooperating with the international organizations combating fake news. And we know where the fake news come from which country? From Russia. I will put it in words. Yes, I can repeat it. From Russia. Such center had to be set up back in 2014 when, together with the hybrid war, the information warfare started. The question is, why wasn't it set up? But now we heard the ambassador of Israel that it had to be set up immediately after Ukraine gained independence. Israel is still fighting this counter-propaganda. And why this center hasn't been set up before? Today it's being set up. This initiative is discussed at the international level. There's the initiative of the President of Ukraine. He clearly stated about that initiative during his speech at the UN General Assembly, and now we start discussing it here. There are some efforts which are coming from the countries of the world, and they are directed towards counteracting propaganda. Yes, at the level of international institutions like NATO, which is also combating propaganda. Ukraine, as the country partner of NATO, participates in many of the operations of NATO, also participates being the country partner of the NATO. So Ukraine is joining these efforts. The European Union, they started that policy since 2017. There's a code of conduct. There's a special task force which coordinates the efforts not just of the countries members of the EU, but the countries partners, the future members like Ukraine. And these are efforts directed towards, again, counteracting propaganda. We participate in many institutions of the European Union. In Finland, there's a hybrid center of excellence that unites 9 countries, and these are the countries like France, Germany, our good neighbors, Poland, Baltic states, the USA. That's the center which has been in operation since 2017. And like the headquarters is in Finland, and the Finland, of course, supports this center, but because it includes 9 countries, that is considered to be the international institution, and Ukraine examined the experience of work of this entity and will also join this newly created center, will coordinate its work with that entity as well. I also would like to say a couple of words, and Alexander mentioned that already, and that's that the component of the counter propaganda is media literacy, media information literacy. That is what is done under UNESCO. There's a special code of conduct. And because Ukraine is member of UNESCO, it also joins this work, but the countries members of UNESCO understand that this is to be taken to a higher level, and the UN at the level of the General Assembly works on these issues, and it's about issues of media literacy, which are to be discussed asked by the countries members of the UN. Ukraine
приєднуються до цих ініціатив,
joins
щоб в
these
рамках
initiatives
цієї
so
грамотності
that
включити також питання
we
контрпропаганди.
include the issue of counter-propaganda into this program. As to the efforts of the President on closing these TV channels, next day there was a communication with G7 ambassadors, and you remember that the G7 ambassadors issued the joint communique where they say that Ukraine is right fighting with counter-propaganda, and that official statement was made public, and in unofficial contexts all ambassadors said that it is important and brave decision, and Ukraine from objective reasons is on the front line, at the front line of counter-propaganda. And even if we didn't have all these international efforts, we would have to do that because we are at the front line. But now we are just uniting, putting together our potential, answering your question, who's supporting. All the countries are supporting, and they are supporting the efforts of the President, and that is important. I will add from myself, international partners are very much interested in our experience, and the civil society exports this knowledge. Their knowledge is of importance, and that is what interests them even more. My next question is to Alexander. As we don't have much time left, my question is very specialized. We closed the TV channels which were disseminating destructive Russian messages. What can we do with social media, which are a great platform for disseminating disinformation? What to do with the fact, and we've seen it several times, that very often Ukrainian representatives of authorities fall victims, and they make decisions themselves, and that is what they receive in Telegram.
Я перепрошую до пана Олександра.
Thank you very much for this question. I will start from a very simple thing. Thank God we are creating the Center for Counteracting of Disinformation. The National Institute would like to make its own contribution into the operation of this center. And what sort of a contribution it should be? These are the surveys and the studies, how the Russian propaganda is working and how the so-called special operation are being designed, those proactive measures which were mentioned by you, ma'am, already. And
our moderator mentioned that, and how can we counteract it? All these things organized by Russia something new? No, that's not anything new. The basic idea are words of Chinese military ideology, Sun Tzu. The best victory is the victory achieved without warfare. The best thing is to make your rival act in your interests. Also, are these new approaches? We remember about Potemkin villages, and that's an old approach to all these things. Active measures, communist propaganda all over the world, all that created quite a substantial approach of Russians to that propaganda. What's new? New technologies, for example, internet, social media, which allow to multiply the effect, and that is something that was extremely difficult to do in the past. One thing is to publish an article in Indian newspaper Patriot, and you can say that AIDS was created in American laboratory. After that, it's disseminated all over the world. And this newspaper is published 20 years before anything happened. Another thing is to do that via social media, and the responsibility for that is not that big, and it's much easier to do that. What's specific about Russian propaganda and their approaches? Unlike in Soviet times, when they were forming the alternative picture of the world, now they are saying, yes, we are bad, but others are also bad. There's nothing good in the world, everyone's bad, there's no black and white, everything's gray. That is what this approach is directed towards. You are talking about use of Telegram channel. Why do we often use Telegram channel? That's absolutely classical operations of influence directed towards everyone who makes decision. If we know that taking that into account, we can create such approach or such an information which would be of interest and which will force this person to act respectively. How to fight against that? We need to enhance information resilience of the society. The prohibition measures, what are positive about that? That's simple and fast. But all these measures have some price. What do we need to ensure information resilience? We need to enhance awareness of these people who are decision makers. And that is what Alexander Lyshansky said. We need to conduct monitoring actively. We need to inform about them people who are decision makers. We need to apply some strict measures when needed. And the most important thing, the system of counteracting Russian or any other propaganda and special operations can operate efficiently if it's comprehensive, if it includes coordination mechanism, the possibilities of special services, and if it is based on adequate research, which our institute will be doing. And in the end, I promote the achievements of our institute. On our website, there are several interesting materials on such active measures. Ladies and gentlemen, dear journalists, please have a look at our website. That's all based on archive documents, and that shows what Russians were doing in 60s or 80s, and that is so close to what they are doing now. Thank you. Yes.
Дякую. Ми вичерпали наш час.
The time is over. I would like to say that you have a very complicated task to build the institutional capacity, and for many citizens, just this these words, institutional capacity, is what they don't understand, but that's what our enemy targets at us as a state. And that is why there is such a famous Russian narrative, failed state. But when the state creates such a center then the civil society, the enemy, and Western partners look at it. And the most valuable capital is trust. And the trust is ensured by openness and transparency. So I wish you preserve trust or gain it where it isn't present. For 2 years, the President Zelensky and his team showed that we are not afraid of difficult tasks, and we overcome them successfully. This will be the case again. Thank you.
Дякуємо учасникам цього обговорення і запрошуємо
Thank you,
прес-залу
and
для
we invite you
спілкування
to the
із
press
представниками
room to talk
медіа.
to mass media.
В Україні розпочне роботу Центр протидії дезінформації. Він співпрацюватиме з подібними інституціями Латвії та Фінляндії. Центр виявлятиме фейки, а у відповідь надаватиме правдиву інформацію на спеціальній онлайновій платформі. Паралельно працюватиме освітній проєкт з медіаграмотності. Згодом має відкритися і онлайновий музей російської пропаганди. А тим часом українці все менше довіряють ЗМІ. За результатами останнього опитування КМІСу, торік у грудні медіа довіряли 30% громадян, не довіряли 46% респондентів. Ми зараз перебуваємо в експозоні поруч із основною залою, де відбуваються наші панельні дискусії, і прес-залою, звідки ви буквально мить тому бачили прес-конференцію за участю учасників попередньої панельної дискусії і, зокрема, міністра культури та інформаційної політики Олександра Ткаченка. А тут у холі представлені різні експозиції щодо пов'язані з мистецтвом і культурою. І ми зараз поспілкуємося із Наталією Ткаченко. Вона засновниця онлайн-галереї «Спільне арт». І я би хотів дізнатися, ви займаєтеся тим, що допомагаєте нашим молодим українським художникам, українським митцям, ну, якщо говорити такою маркетинговою мовою, продати себе у хорошому сенсі.
Так.
Продати і подати. А що для цього потрібно і як саме ви допомагаєте?
Ну, по-перше, повернуся на крок назад. Я помітила, що художникам важко продавати себе, і художник має творити, він має писати роботи, а вже продажем мають займатися спеціально обучені люди. І ще я помітила, що в принципі у поціновувачів мистецтва немає доступу до мистецтва простого такого. І саме тому ми заснували таку онлайн-платформу, яка робить мистецтво досяжним, щоб тим, хто любить мистецтво, було швидко і дуже легко придбати мистецтво або обрати мистецтво, а художникам там в 2 кліки розміститися на онлайн-платформі, і щоб про них дізнавалися. Так.
Якщо говорити про тих, хто зараз от з'явилося тільки починається, наприклад, щодо книг, то є букселери, є агенти книжкові, це з'являється поступово серед наших артистів, продюсерів, це зрозуміло. А якщо для того, хто є продюсером художника, які у нього мають бути навики, скіли? Бо і художники – це специфічна загалом аудиторія, без стереотипів загалом, як будь-які творчі люди.
Точно. Цей арт-промоутер має балансувати між митцями і покупцями. Митці і покупці – це взагалі кардинально різна аудиторія. І він має, арт-промоутер має ставитися до митців таким чином, як няня до дитини або мама. Тобто дуже дбайливо. Щодо покупців, тут потрібна впевненість, щоб, взагалом, у нас в Україні це точно, панує серед поціновувачів мистецтва або тих, хто бажає ним стати, є деяка невпевненість у своєму смаку, у своєму розумінні мистецтва. І ми, арт-промоутери, тут для того, щоб дати зрозуміти, що те, що вам подобається, значить, воно вже достойне вашої уваги і достойне зайняти місце у вашій колекції. Ми трохи допомагаємо своїм смаком, своїми знаннями історії іскусств, технічними знаннями. І такий важкий труд, але, скажімо, нічим особливим, чим би ми мали відрізнятися від психологів, маркетологів, продавців, фінансистів, продюсерів. Ні.
А що вас особисто спонукало все ж таки розпочати цю справу і запустити проект «Спільно арт»?
Я взагалі впевнена, що між культурою і економікою пряма лінія, і ми не будемо чекати, не маємо чекати, поки ми станемо багатими і розвиненими, і вже потім підтягнемо культуру. Ні, досвід інших країн, багаторічний досвід доказує, що спочатку ми розвиваємо культуру і свідомість наших людей, і вже потім підтягується економіка. Це, автоматична історія. І я, як людина, яка вболіває за свою країну, трохи цікавлюсь мистецтвом. Це та тема, яка мене драйвить, тому у мене є і сили, і енергія, і час цим займатися, як би важко це не було.
Ну, я думаю, що і буде надихати ця справа, коли ви все ж таки будете допомагати дуже талановитим творчим людям, зокрема молодим українським художникам, митцям розкритися і все ж таки мати змогу розвиватися далі, тому що неможливо розвиватися, якщо твоя справа, мистецтво не приносить якогось доходу, якихось коштів. Бо буває, що людина дуже талановита, але вона скромна і не знає. Ну, ми, з іншого боку, можемо знати, наприклад, там до 5 імен деяких сучасних українських художників.
До 3.
До 3, ну, я, чесно, ми їх не будемо назвати, до 2 я знаю.
При тому,
імен.
що ви працювали в культурній сфері, Діма.
Я і працюю досі.
Ви працюєте.
Ви мене ще не відправляєте на пенсію. Я ще працюю. Я до того, що... Але які... Ну, є люди, які вміють себе добре продавати, вони там не вилазять із кулуарів Верховної Ради і всім нав'язують свої картини. Але справді, коли...
Так вони потрапляють туди.
Ні, ну ви прямо як у Булгакова. Неужели среди москвичей є мошенники? Так, ну, звісно, це може бути. Але добре, що ви робите, і я думаю, що і наші глядачі, і учасники форуму зацікавляться цим проєктом «Спільно арт» і подібним проєктом. Дякуємо вам.
Дякую.
Дякую. А ми зовсім скоро повернемося до нашої основної зали і розпочнемо наступну панельну дискусію. Вона буде якраз присвячена піар і маркетинг-індустріям.
Український борщ внесуть до національного переліку елементів нематеріальної спадщини ЮНЕСКО. Відповідну заявку мають зареєструвати вже цього місяця. Її розгляд триватиме 2 роки. Напередодні за ініціативи шеф-кухаря Євгена Клопотенка борщ ще й запатентували як суто українську страву. Це остаточно має припинити дискусії навколо походження борщу. Україна у списку шедеврів нематеріальної спадщини ЮНЕСКО вже представлена петриківським розписом, косівською керамікою, кримсько-татарським орнаментом орнек і козацькими піснями.
Триває всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30» і далі піар, маркетинг індустрії і взаємодія.
All-Ukrainian Forum, Ukraine 30, and we are talking about the creative industries, and we are now going to meet the speakers who are present already at the podium, and it is going to be moderated by the advisor to the Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine on strategic communications issues, Ms. Anna Pavlova. Thank you. I would like to welcome everyone, and our panel is the PR of Ukrainian artistic industries, and I would like to introduce Natalia Morozova, Katerina Spivakova, the Director for Communication Agency and the co-chair of the Committee for Media and Communication of the American Chamber of Commerce, and Dmitro Loginov, the co-founder of the creative agency Michurin, Olena Taranenko, brand strategist and the partner of branding agency Tiny, Victor Shkruba, the co-founder and creative director of ISD Group, Olga Rayenka, the founder and CEO of Rayenka Marketing Agency, and Yaroslava Grace, the PR agent and co-founder of the agents Grace Todorchuk PR, organizer of the project Ukraine Now.
У нас має бути слайд на екрані. Ви бачите
You can see
статистику
the statistical data.
з ВВП,
And this is the GDP and the input of the creative industries. IT sector is the largest, but then we can see marketing and advertising, 17% of the gross value added. And these are the data of the State Statistics Committee for 2019. We can see that this is one of the largest of the creative industries. And we had a panel on disinformation recently. And we all are participating in communication activities, and we understand how easy it is to distort the information. And we understand what responsibility the communication specialists have, especially communication of socially important topics, especially when these are the topics as vaccination, for example. And now I would like to give the floor to Natalia Morozova so that she can share her experience of the communication of the projects which are socially important, and her case is going to be shared. Good afternoon, and I would like to welcome everyone who is sitting here in this conference room and who are watching us online. I'm pleased to be here. And I will start the presentation, but prior to that, I will explain why these cases have been selected by me and why I've chosen these projects to discuss today, and why I would like to talk about them among other projects which were implemented. We as citizens and we as business have to be responsible to the society about the things we are doing. We as people and business have to help the state of Ukraine to implement its tasks and goals. We as citizens can participate in cleaning up the parks, helping the animals, and we as business are part of creating new jobs and paying taxes and implementing important communication projects. We also have to take efforts to develop the projects which are important for the society and implement them even on pro bono basis. And I would like to demonstrate 5 projects to you, which we organized pro bono by our agency. We have a tradition each quarter ask our agency to deliver one socially important project which supports the charity foundation or NGO. The first project, which I love, this happened during Maidan. We have developed the posters, and I think that there was a copyright to burn the tires, to breathe freely, to dismantle the road, cobble road, to walk to the future by the whole country. And a lot of mass media has reproduced these posters. And I believe this is a successful project because my friend from France sent me those posters and told me, look at these posters. They were published in the Facebook in France. And I understood that we were doing a very important thing and telling what important events take place in our country. And we can be creative about informing the public about them. And this project was not pro bono. It was done for Transparency International campaign. And these were the boards. And the task was to spend 3 seconds as much for the driver to see the images and, would understand what we request from him to do. And these were the posters. They were not silent. Counteract corruption. If you see the cases of corruption, inform the agencies for that. And this project is one of the latest ones. We have developed this series of posters for school children. We believe that cultural heritage is the foundation of this country, and the cultural heritage is used to develop our values and our state. If you remember, when you enter the classroom where the Ukrainian language or literature is being taught, well, usually you see the portrait of Taras Shevchenko, who is very gloomy, grave, and you actually were kind of, uneasily looking at it. And the times are changing, the generations are changing, and we have to provide the information to these new generations in a different way. And we have developed this series of posters with our well-known writers, and it's a collage, and they smile at the children during the classes. We have placed this poster in 650 schools, in the universities, and we have very, very positive feedback from the teachers, and they say, these children started to be interested in the life of our writers, and they want to get more information about these writers. And we are looking for the donors to support this project, to send these posters to as many schools as possible.
Можливо, ми тоді включимо відеокейс.
It's a very interesting video case. and this deals with this epoch, our epoch. As business, we started to help the hospitals to fundraise, to protect the physicians. And we thought that out of all the media, we hear the same slogan, stay at home, stay at home. But let us think that among us, there are people who are homeless. They don't have any home. So they have nowhere to stay, actually, and survive this quarantine and be safe. So we have developed pro bono a very nice project. Listen to those who have no home. And this was the project which we have developed together with the TV station. We have created a marathon of the singers, and we fundraised for the assistance to the homeless people so that we can buy food for them. And thanks to this project, we were able to support the homeless people and provide the food for them and to protect them from COVID. This was a very successful project, but it was very, difficult for us to develop it because, it emotionally was very difficult. Well, we do not have that much time to present other cases to you. I would like to give the floor to other speakers, but I would like to emphasize that each of us is a socially responsible person, and each of us runs socially responsible business, and we do a lot for our country to become successful as soon as possible, and actually would make the dreams we have true. Creative industries are very important for the state, and our interaction between us is very important because thanks to the creative ideas, thanks to the technologies, new technologies, digitalization of the country, we will be able to achieve more success. Thank you, Natalia. And we have Alexander Smirnov, Creative Director and the partner of the creative agency Tabasco with us. Alexander, hello and good afternoon. We are discussing the socially important content and product cases, and I would like to give you the floor.
Здравствуйте. Вопрос, очевидно, важен, потому что государство – это то, что должно обеспечивать условия для функционирования.
For the government institutions functioning and comfortable life of the people, and definitely the state has to outsource to the creative industries to do things which they can do as well as no other can do that, to create ideas. And the state can use the social promotion, social advertising, and to do that. And we are ready to help in this area. You have seen the projects of our agency, and I would like to give you an example. Maybe one project which is small and limited, but it shows the strengths of the social campaign. And the campaign which we have done for the military men of Ukraine, it was called the ballad about the infantry, and it made Ukraine famous all over the world because it was included into top 10 most known and most well-designed advertising campaigns in the world. But it helped to mobilize the country. When people saw this work and this project, we're happy to get drafted into the military service of Ukraine. And any task which the state faces from the point of view of creativeness could be efficiently resolved if the highly motivated, as Natalia said, the professionals will participate in this. Are we going to see some of the slides? Thank you, Alexander. I can agree 100% with everything you've said. As a representative of the state, I understand that we not always are capable of financing socially important content and socially important projects, and not always we can create them ourselves due to the lack of the resources. And this is where we rely on the cooperation of the state with the agencies. Katerina Spivakova is working a lot on communication of the reforms, and we know that the success of reform quite often depends on the effective communication with a nicely targeted to a certain audience. So, Katya, the floor is yours. Our agency is working for 20 years in the market. We have been working a lot with the social projects, and we have a lot of experience in this area. And our international network, and we are part of that, well, actually is working on social project, and we are communicating with the government communications. And Ukraine now is in the situation of the ideal storm. We have a war in the east. We have very difficult economic situation, which was caused by pandemic, and it is necessary to cope with these difficulties. It is necessary to communicate, and the state projects, national projects, initiatives have to be well communicated to the people, so that the consumer of Ukraine would hear about them, understand them, and use and support these initiatives. And the state communications have very high expectations because they have an impact on the behavior of the citizens, on the decisions of the citizens, whether the reforms are moving forward, and whether we are protecting the health of the nation. And also the security of the country is also depending on the communication. Should we get vaccinated, or should we survive another wave of pandemic? Check the information, verify the information, or to be affected by the misinformation. And this depends a lot to what extent the state uses communication. It is necessary to use the current digital instruments, or otherwise we can be at outside the digital reform. And we have to create a good impetus for the future development of the economy of Ukraine. We are using Ukraine 30 in the communication PR, creative PR, to help the country, the state, to inform the target groups of Ukrainians. And we do it differently from the state does. The state usually provides information, but we are introducing some creative approaches. We also introduce some sense of humor, because it is being perceived positively and creates friendly, amicable atmosphere. And now I would like to demonstrate to you the video which we have developed for the Ministry for Digital Transformation. And this is a portal of support of the SMEs. And our task was to tell the entrepreneurs that there is a special portal which was developed to their request with the services directed at them, and they can use it. Let us watch the video. So this is part of the large communication campaign which we have launched and carried out together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation.
Онлайн-школа, безкоштовні консультації, експортний веб-портал, онлайн-виставки вже доступні на порталі Дія.
Краще б зібрали все для бізнесу на одному сайті.
Не дослухав Іван, так і не дізнавшись, що все для бізнесу вже на одному сайті, на порталі Дія Бізнес.
Краще на порталі Дія Бізнес.
Тобто, що ми тут зробили? Ми розуміємо,
So what we have done, we understand that there is some degree of mistrust or lack of, perception and acceptance of the communications with the state. But we are talking about it openly, and we are trying to engage the audience into the dialogue to create more trust. And we are going to show you another short video. It's actually an audio reel, and this was ordered by the Ministry of Digital Information. There is the digital education, and it's not a video but audio reel. So the picture doesn't move, but one can understand that this is a very unusual format to explain the role of the state, and you will understand what I mean. This is the singer Alena, who is quite well known in this country.
Протестуйся сам і передай своїм батькам. Діє цифрова освіта, запустила цифрограм. Дуже просто без напрягів перевірити свій скіл. Чи відрізняєш в інтернеті рукавиці від носків? Дуже легко через тест пізнаєш ти свій результат. Можеш додати професійний в резюме сертифікат. І не бояться інтернету, бабусі і дідусі. Просто загугли цифрограм, він вже доступний для усіх. Ти чуєш? Цифрограм. Загугли цифрограм.
Скажімо, я думаю, що, як правило, українці...
As a rule, Ukrainians are not used to this communication of the state, but I hope that this information will help and people will pay attention to the important issues which we are communicating. I would like also the slide Ukraine Now to be demonstrated and screened. We are engaged in promoting the tourist attractiveness of Ukraine for the domestic tourism and for international tourism as well. And we are present in Instagram, Facebook, with the page Ukraine Now, and you can see these slides in Ukraine. They have been created by Ukrainians. These are not professional photographs. These are the user-generated contacts. This is what the photographs which Ukrainians take for themselves and share them with us. And this content usually is very sincere, and thus Ukrainians themselves participate in the promotion of their country, and they spread the information of about the Ukraine, their motherland, among the foreign visitors. And the next slide, and here I'd like to tell that not all the government communications envisage some creativeness, because it is sometimes it's very important to use the creative approach and to create an impression with the audience. But there are serious projects like land reform, where we have to explain the aspects thereof. And part of this campaign is, promotion in the social media, Facebook, the page of the land reform. We are reading the comments which the users write, and we develop the content proceeding from the content of these pages, so that we understand that some issues are not understandable to the people, and in some cases there is some propaganda and the misinformation and disinformation. And on the basis of these of the results of this analytics, we create the content. Any communication campaign usually includes a lot of factors, and it actually makes an impact on the reputation of the agency or of the individual who is a stakeholder or a speaker of this communication campaign. I'd like to give the floor to Olena, and I know that she has a lot to say on this issue. I was thinking of what is a good news in PR, marketing and communication, so that I will be able to discuss them with you today. And I found three aspects. And these are not new things for Ukraine, Ukrainians, business, branding, but these are the things which previously were optional, and now they have become mandatory for each business. And I think that the positive news is the following. Finally, the communication specialists, started to learn how to play long-term. That it means that people are thinking not only short-term, but for the representatives of business, it means that the individual who is responsible for communication of the brand is thinking long-term. And I'm going even longer than this person is occupying his or her office. Three aspects. What's changed? First of all, the Institute of Reputation. People, the consumers, have become like jury members, and they understand that they have a power over the brands and certain institutions. If the brands do not behave properly, misbehave, or they actually are not working on the issues which are important for the socium, they are punished. And how the consumer can punish the brand? It is possible to stop financing them, not pay attention to them, or just kill them, or eliminate them, or attack them in some fashion. And what happens then? The brands started to be apprehensive of this Jewry men and women. And this is a good news for each of us, because this apprehension for their reputation and fear for their reputation is a very strong, positive tool. And I believe that I can wish you and all of us to make more brands and more people fearing for their reputation, because reputation is like your conscience. We understand that the Institute of Reputation is going to start working when each leader will feel that there is a dependence of the reputation on the profits and the revenues he or she makes. Now, these relations are not direct, they are indirect, but this is already a small success. And I would like to congratulate all of us that this apprehension, fear for the reputation started to appear in this country, and let us expand it in this country. We need this kind of conscience. The brand of individuals is the next aspect. I love architecture. We visited Berlin, and I was impressed by the fact that there are a lot of buildings which are named after their authors. And if you have created a masterpiece, then it is named in your honor. But if the architect had created an ugly building, it's named after him or her as well. And the leaders have come to exit from the shade. They started to communicate with the society, and thus they started to increase the confidence, trust to themselves, organizations, and the institutions. And today, the situation has changed. 3 years ago, the brand of individual was very trendy, fashionable. There were many experts on personal brands. But at present, the systemically working on the brand of the individual, of the personality, has become a norm of our life. And I'm happy that this is related with the previous item I introduced to you. The individuals who impersonate the activities of their organizations, brands, and institutions, this has become very beneficial for all of us, because people cannot fall in love. Legal entity. People love people, and people trust people. And the third aspect, we, in the area of marketing and promotion, are discussing a very trendy thing which came to us from the West. And taking my experience of working with the brand, so the brand activism stopped being a fashionable option, but it has become the norm. It means that the brand of the institution, organization, take up the responsibility to resolve certain tasks of the society. If you are a strong brand, Raj brand, please help the society. And this is the request of the society. And people are expecting the brands to do it. Previously, the program of corporate social responsibility was, embodied by, for example, planting 3 trees a year with a large media support. Today, it's not sufficient. The brand of activism, social programs implementation, mean that the large brand has a long-term, multi-year program to resolve certain problem in the social, together with the state and with the consumers. The brand activism now is no longer an option, optional. We have a lot of problems, how the brands, the state and the consumers can communicate within the framework of such project. But it's good, it's great. There are a lot of things we have to improve, and there are a lot of things we have to discuss now. Alexander, are you still with us? Can you add what do you think about the reputation and the weight of the brand and the continuity of these processes. I personally think that this is the most important thing, because inevitability of punishment for the offense within the framework of the state really actually evokes with the civil servants to do something important. And this is very nice, and if we can, everyone who is taking very important steps on behalf of the state, well, they have to understand that it is being done for the meaningful changes. And I think that maybe this will be the most important thing, because the social advertising becomes a real one when it brings about changes. But if it simply functions and creates beautiful pictures and senseless logos, and naming anything a brand, then we see that this work is senseless. The work is work, the state is the state, and if everyone does their job well, we will just achieve good results. But just operation and functioning for the functioning's sake doesn't give us anything.
I think that we have to say goodbye to you, and I will move to other participants of the panel. Talking about brand, Yaroslava Grace, Ukraine Vow has become absolutely popular brand, and now everyone would like to extend its activity. What is there so socially important in this project? Why Ukrainians remembered that? Once we're talking about exhibition Ukraine Vow, we had 335,000 people attending it. It was a record set in times of the independence of Ukraine. And I believe that the answer is very simple. When we were developing this project for a long time, we couldn't put into words the concept. That was the project commissioned by Укрзалізниця for the day of Укрзалізниця, and it had to have the history about railways. And we thought that if we talk about history this way, then, I don't know, communication is the ability to talk about history correctly. And we realized if it is just about railways, no one will come to attend, and no one will really enjoy it, and we believe that we have to tell the story of railways via the story of Ukraine, because railways is the only way of transportation that puts together the whole Ukraine, from smallest settlements to megapolises. And then, month after month, we've been thinking about this concept till we went on vacation, and my husband, looking at my T-shirt, Ukraine Now, he said, well, Ukraine Now is a good brand, but it would be better if it were Ukraine Vow. And that was the moment when it opened my eyes. From now to Vow, there's just one step, one letter. We need to understand that we are Vow and our country is Vow, and that is about how we look at it, what we do to Vow, visualize it. And we went to Ben, to the agency that developed the brand Ukraine Vow, and they fell in love with this idea. And if you look at us at Ukraine Vow, how it was designed, just one stick that was added to the letter N. From now it became Vow. We had first 15,000 people. The line, people standing in line for 8 hours. That is when we didn't have time even to promote it. It was a huge interactive project. We underestimate our consumer because the consumer has been long time ready to consume such content as they consume when they go to Warsaw, to Copernic Center, or when they go to New York, or when in their gadget they discover the whole world, thanks to this Google project, visiting museums. And the main thing, the main reason why this project was successful, and we are trying to open it again before the 30th anniversary of independence of Ukraine. We're used to bad news. No one will be surprised by bad news. Objectively, we know that in any sphere there's something very bad, and you can talk about that for a long time. But we found out that in Ukraine there are many wow things, and that's feeling wow, this is my country, was extraordinary. It was extraordinary even for the team that was working on this project. People after Ukraine wow went to railway cash desks to buy tickets, and that was unbelievable. They wanted to discover the country that they saw in photographs, and I believe what was also very important, and that's what we can use in many projects, and that is honest sociological surveys. We had a huge map of Ukraine. At the exit, you could mark where you are from and where you would like to go to. Where you are from, the dots were everywhere. People would come in huge groups. And the second part of the map, the place where I would like to go, was all filled in. We would take like all these notes. There were 20 layers of that. The whole Crimea was in these notes. People wanted to go there, and people don't want to agree with the fact that that's not the place where we don't want to go back. No, everyone wants, everyone dreams, everyone sees that. And for us as for team, that was very important to allow us together to survive certain things, to feel what makes you feel good and what makes you feel pain. Thank you. In fact, this is the experience when communications don't just talk about things, but they take feedback from the viewers, attendees. That's so important. That means maximum involvement of the audience into the project. And I want to talk about what Olena was talking about the value of brand. People start understanding how important socially valuable projects are. It's not like I will stay here for 2 years, but basically I want to leave an impact of, I want to make my contribution into building of our state. I would like to talk to Victor Shkurba. I know that you work with Shevchenko Prize, and you made a design of it, and you communicate, and how much easier it is now to work with the state. What could be improved? Thank you. Good afternoon. In reality, Shevchenko Prize is one of the projects where we cooperate with the state. We had one more, and that was developing the project Ukraine Now. And using these two projects, I would like to show the difference and explain what's important in cooperation. Both projects
достаточно impactful, то есть они
made a strong impact. They have value. Few people know that Ukraine Now, we developed the brand of it, and we did it together with the Office of the Prime Minister of Great Britain. The Office of the Prime Minister of Great Britain came with a very cool, clear brand to top London agencies, and the agencies started looking for partners in Ukraine who could help with the local understanding of the task. And one of the agencies approached us, and we said, unfortunately, in 5 days we cannot develop the concept and win the tender, but if you develop it, we will submit and you will have a chance. And this way, we joined the project, we won it, everyone liked it. For us, it was a challenge, because for 15 years we've been developing some powerful communication projects all over the world, and after 2014 we wanted to help the state to communicate important values and important things. And at some moment, the government of Great Britain understands that this is the Ukrainian government that has to do it. And they say, let's organize the meeting, presentation for all the ministries. We'll invite ministers, deputy ministers, and we'll tell them. And that's from when the dramatic experience started, because everyone had different understanding, different objectives and goals, and it was impossible to resolve this task for everyone without understanding for who exactly. Unfortunately, Ukrainian government cannot work with one agency, and they decided to organize a tender to which any school child could send a project, and we understand that not a single professional agency will participate in the tender where school children participate. So it failed, and it was good that the team of prime ministers went to the best agency in England, and they finished the visual design, and now this brand is still alive and is still developing. For us, as a foreign agency, it was a dramatic experience of cooperating with the state. We thought that we will never cooperate with the state again. And last year in winter, the Minister of Culture and the Office of the President came to us with the idea to relaunch the main cultural prize of the country that people do not know about. And the vision, the task was to make it noticeable, to make the prize, which used to be Lenin Prize, then Stalin Prize, and then it became automatically Shevchenko Prize, to make it the prize in the culture of the country. And the main difference of this project, and why we agreed to invest our resources into that, The time frame was very short, a month and a half to launch. The budget was small. Why we agreed? Because there was a vision. There was a vision of several key people, the minister and the head of Shevchenko Prize, Yuri Makarov, who knows about Shevchenko more than anyone else, who opens up Shevchenko, discovers Shevchenko for the world. And they believe that Shevchenko Prize should become an instrument with which the state will be developing Ukrainian culture, the culture with which it's difficult to compete with Hollywood, with some video games or entertainment, how to do it. And an important thing was that was a vision, but the vision should be supported by some understanding. How will we reach it? And not a single agency will be able to come and tell you how to take a cultural prize popular. And we started from suggesting, let's talk to those players in the culture, for those in the culture who understand it. And within a month, we had 30 interviews with Andrukhovich, Chichkan, Troitsky, Zhadan, and we heard their attitude. We saw some benchmarks. We put it all together. And we showed it to them again, and they were surprised how we managed to identify the key pains. And based on that, we were able to create some visual sense, to create some communication. And this vision of several people who clearly understood that the task of this rebranding is not to be launched in a month and just tick the item. They were thinking about 10 years ahead. Where will Ukrainian culture be in 10 years? Will we find something that, like a snowball, will tell not just in Ukraine but all over the world about Ukrainian culture? That's very important when we are talking about some communications. It's important to look into the not 1 year or 50 years ahead to understand where we want to be. And then we need to understand for who we are doing it, why. Communication should be like that. And the third thing, which is important in Ukraine, we have many great creative agencies that can help the state to resolve all communication tasks, and that can change the image of the country. But all these creative agencies, they will not work in chaos. They will not work in the situation when you have to do everything for yesterday. They will not work until we have transparent rules. We don't have to invent rules. When we worked with Great Britain, we saw how the government of Great Britain worked. They have 5 best agencies that they select for 4 or 5 years. And these are the agencies that are able to deliver the projects of the necessary standard. And Ukrainian state has also to develop such transparent procedures, an open tender for creating a logo or brand. It's the instrument that doesn't work.
Можливо, Дмитро, вам є що додати? Ви так іронічно посміхались просто, поки Віктор говорив. Я розумію, що співпраця з державою – це, скажімо так, окремий вид мистецтва для креативних агенцій, тому що для того, щоб податись на творчі конкурси, потрібно здати something that
sometimes we need to prepare a lot of documents. Sometimes we have to prepare less documents for international tender than for our Ukrainian. As a state, we have to plan better and prevent everything that will be happening. And we need to understand that we need to start developing logo not in a month, but maybe half a year before it has to be done. Dmitro.
Доброго дня всім.
Good afternoon.
Дивіться, тут така штука, що ми зараз говоримо про
Now we are talking about cooperation between the state and creativity sector and agencies. We have the best representatives of this sector present here. We all have 10-15 years of experience of work in Ukraine, and we know about thousands of projects in this sector. If we look at best companies, commercial companies, they have wonderful marketing, everything super. But if we look at the cases of cooperation with the state, there are just few cases of that. And in the majority of these cases, that is what was done by the agency itself. And sometimes it ends up dramatically, like Victor said. For commercial, for businesses, efficiency is priority number one. That's why they exist, that's what they report about, they look at whether the cooperation with the agency was successful or not. At the same time, for most of governmental institutions, just the fact of conducting some procedure is an achievement. We organized the tender for designing the logo dedicated to 40 years of development of tourism in Cherkasy region, but that didn't lead to any result. The cheapest proposal won because it was done at the Prozoro platform, but the student of the college won this tender, but his work was not professional. Talking about this forum, why do they exist? They exist to improve the cooperation of the state and the business, so that we can move forward. And we need to understand that we have a huge potential. Every agency has great examples. Ukraine Wow, Shevchenko Prize. I will not mention mine. And we can create powerful things which will develop the brand of the country. Mr. Zelensky said, we want to restart, we need energy, but that is impossible to do it by ourselves. I am not discovering any bicycle. Victor mentioned the Parliament of Great Britain, the Parliament of who? Office of the Prime Minister of Great Britain. They came to private business so that they helped them. What's happening here? In most cases, the state bodies, what do? We have a designer, he will do it. And in the best case, let's start tender at Prozoro, where the only requirement is price. Once we're talking about ideas, strategies of the professional standard, then we need to involve professional solution. Don't think that they are waiting for us in Europe or in the US. We're competitors there. And our solutions are to be much better. Why? Because our country is perceived not positively. We have war and corruption and Chernobyl. People know Klitschko, Chernobyl, and dynamic Kiev. We need to create value added, but to do that independently is impossible. There is an example. If a person enters the room, the person cannot understand how the person is perceived. You cannot look at yourself. People who are in the room, they look at how the person speaks, how the person looks, and then when the businesses look at that, we need to give our expert opinion.
І тому зараз, якщо подивитися на приклади співпраці,
and if we look at the examples of cooperation, there are very few of them, and that is when a company is managed by young managers who came from commercial sector, and then they initiate the address who they want to cooperate with, and then we will receive very powerful solutions, socially, commercially. That is to be disseminated. The state shouldn't be a regulator in that. What else do we need? We need to create opportunities, and we need to understand how we can develop our potential. I disagree with Victor that the state doesn't have money. The state has more money than businesses. One thing is how to use this money. For what? To imitate that you're working, or to create something now. Those who came to the office of the president, to the ministry, they think about the result. What will they have in the result? What will be left after them? Olena mentioned it correctly. The reputation is their strong instrument. They understand. We worked for 5 years in the state, and then we moved to commercial sector. Look at what we've done. The main thing is not to imitate. If you think that this is something that no one notices, if you think that when the ministry imitates the activity and no one notices it, everyone understands it perfectly well. In fact, all want to see the result. And instead of imitation, we need to make some good decisions. In fact, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, when we worked on the vision and mission of the ministry, we realized that the industry and artists exist without us. And our task is to provide all the opportunities to improve the environment for the business, for the industry to help. But that our task is to be an efficient moderator here, talking about international projects. The Ukrainians are real competitors internationally. It is important to cooperate inside the market to achieve great results at the international arena. I know Ola wanted to talk about that. Greetings to everyone. I am Olga Rayenka. I am the founder and CEO of Rayenka Marketing Agency, and I would like to share two things. First, I disagree with my colleague who said that we are not needed at the international arena. We just think so, but that's not true. In fact, our creative potential, our talent, and our professional understanding of the process, that's enough to be useful even outside. And in the morning, Mikhailo Fedorov said that the task of the state is to double the share of GDP from creative industries in the nearest period, from 4% to almost 10%. We saw this table about the share of IT industry, but the second one is creative communications, marketing, PR, and promotions. And I would like to say that we've learned how to sell our creative competence to Switzerland, to Israel, even to the US. And the feedback we receive from our customers is the readiness to work with us. That means that the main walls we have are the walls in our heads. We should get rid of the idea that no one needs us. I am the representative of medium and small business. I am not competing with large transnational companies. My customer is also small and medium-sized business in our country or outside. I'd like to say that the second thing is making small steps large. We sometimes underestimate small steps which can change a lot. We were talking about large strategies, about large-scale projects, and to develop them, we need several months. But one small collaboration or a cup of coffee can help to create an important international project. And to support my idea, 3 small examples. First, when we were helping the new fund 12 guards, what was the task? To attract businesses' attention of people of the state to the fact that castles and fortifications are disappearing. They're being demolished by time. And one of such brainstorming meeting we had, and our director had an idea to register these castles in Tinder with the idea that it's not time, but the loneliness, that is what demolishes them. And we realized that the money could be received not just from sponsors, but also the money come from international funds and international sponsors from nearby countries, Austria, Czech Republic, Hungary. And having registered our castles in tender, we published the press release in 7 languages and sent them to media of neighboring countries to attract attention. We understand that this is a long-term strategy. On the one hand, that is a quick project, but on the other hand, developing information environment in different languages will give some result. We need to find money and some additional volunteers to do something important. Second thing, when we are talking about small steps, 2 years ago we were having coffee with Emine Japarova, the deputy head of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and she told about the project dedicated to political prisoners of Crimea. These are people, most of them are Crimean Tatars, who were trying to oppose occupational authorities. They were repressed, and almost 100 people are in political imprisonment, and almost 200 of their children are deprived of parents' care. Some of them have never seen their fathers. They were born after. They were looking for a strong name of the project, and we found it. being yourself is not a crime. And now this exhibition with photographs of these children is sent to all the embassies of Ukraine abroad. That is the example when every one of us, every representative of creative industry, even with small resources, using the knowledge, experience, and expert skills, can make a contribution into creating something important. Every one of us has some knowledge, and we can share this knowledge free of charge. A wonderful project, digital education, Dia Digital Education, or Dia Business, where we can participate in recording educational videos for small and medium-sized business. We can organize lectures in offices which develop entrepreneurship. We can spend 3, 4, 5 hours of our time to spend small and medium-sized business to grow and gain knowledge. And that is how we will help the state. So the main thing is making small steps big, because they have huge results. Thank you, Ola. I would like to thank all participants. In fact, I was making notes what we need to do as a state to be useful, so that we have the opportunity to create cool social projects together with Ukrainian creative industries, so that in a year or two, the share here goes up. Thank you.
Це Всеукраїнський форум «Україна 30». Ще попереду багато цікавих
Ahead of us are many interesting topics which we'll be discussing together with experts
у цьому році 30-річчя незалежності.
this year.
А цей день і
And
тема обговорення
this
культури,
day,
мистецтва, медіа
the
вже
topic
завершена.
culture,
Я дякую всім за
arts
увагу.
and media,
І
this
також
day
ще
is over.
почуєте,
Thank you for
зовсім скоро
attention.
побачите прес-конференцію
And soon
учасників
you will
цієї
hear
панельної
and
дискусії,
see the press
яка
conference
пов'язана
of
із
participants
піаром
of
та
this
маркетингом
panel discussion.
креативних індустрій. До зустрічі на форумі
See
«Україна
you
30».
more at our Forum Ukraine 30.